G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan, where I have remembered, thanks to my little memory aid over here that is barely legible, that my CO2 will run out during this stream if I don't start refreshing it. But I think I want to try and get the sorting system worked on first, because it was what I was working on last time, and I'd really like to get it working so that I don't have to mine resources myself. Which means I need some more stackers. Because I didn't appreciate, I kind of forgot, that I need a stacker between the sorters and the silos. So I need a whole lot of stackers. I need one for each silo. It's so many stackers. Get a snoring capac for CO2 generation. Maybe. Oh, thank you, Orsa. Thank you so much for 4 years of tier 3 madness alongside the 10 gift subs, which is also complete madness. Thank you very, very much, Orsa. And thank you, Core, for the 25 months. How many sorters do I actually need? Let's go out and see. I think I need 9. I mean stackers. I think I need 9. So I think I've got 9 silos. So that should be right. And then I'm probably going to need a whole bunch more chutes than what I have, but we'll see. We'll get a bit of an idea once I get over there. And one more. No, don't need 10 stackers because the 10th one is uranium and it can just go in a hole. / lava pit. Whatever. I don't care about it. Don't want anything to do with it. Oh, I didn't check. Oh, no, I'm okay. Didn't check my suit. Yeah, hydration critical, whatever. That's fine. I've got health to deal with that. So I've got all my sorters laid out there, but I was going to have to start them down the far end and then come down this way to make the chutes as neat as I can. Shadow Drake, in what world would my reagents go into this system, not into the centrifuges though? So there's no reason to have a reagent sorter when the centrifuges is where things would go first. So the reagents wouldn't come out as reagents. So that doesn't make any sense. Alright. So I need to probably... Ugh. I don't like having the sorters up this high. It feels weird. Thanks, Wildcat. Thank you for 21 months. Hey, Shadow. I'll see you later. Now, stacker. So that should work. And just put a stacker right before each one. And that'll give me a nice full 50 stack before they go in. Alright. So. On there. On there. Yeah, I'll fix my jetpack in a sec, lady. So let me get these in. I also went to my Venus save. I loaded it up and made sure that I could have... that I had my script from my Venus save. Now, I think I'm possibly going to have to set up things a little differently than how I'd run that script, but that's okay. But the reason I need to set it up a bit differently is, in that one I only had 3 centrifuges, but I'm planning on having more this time, which means I may need to get a little bit more advanced with the scripting, which could be some fun. Ways to make it iterate through the first, then the second, then the third, then the fourth, without them being a separate device on the chip. Thanks, man-made. Oh, man-made? Thanks, thank you, Professor Oinkers. Oh, that's a fun name. Thank you for the 100 bits each. Thank you very much. Thanks, BJ. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, centrifuges will output reagent from recycled material like steel reagent, electron reagent that you can then smelt. Maybe I need an independent recycler then. Or yeah, maybe I need an independent recycling system rather than putting it into this. Or have something that have a sorter that splits off that from the recycler beforehand and just dumps it on the floor. But that's not to be dealt with now. That's a problem for later. That's not a problem for now. Do I have a potato on the floor? No floor potatoes? Ah, I do have a floor potato. Mmm, delicious floor potato. Okay, so that's good. I just need to refill my jetpack. Empty my waste tank. Be annoyed that I'm going to fill that up super quickly when I'm outside.
Jetpack critical.
It's about to get really hot. What is the temperature outside? It's already 750. Yeah, it's hot. Oh, do I have... I do have some iron too. I could smelt some steel. It is hot enough out there for steel. I should smelt some steel. Let's go do that. Thanks, BJ. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. And thank you, Sisu. Thank you for 22 months. What have we got in here? We have nothing in here, and it is relatively hot, but we need to set out and start emptying it. We'll get this iron in. I figure I've got to try and take advantage of these super hot temperatures while they're there and make smelting super easy. Yep, I am taking CO2 out of my cooling loop, slowly depleting it. That is how I'm filling my jetpack. That is correct. I'm aware of the downsides of this, this setup. When I get around to fixing the CO2 for my base, I will be creating a separate thing for that. But for the moment, it means I've got a jetpack that is safe to use inside. And I've got quite a lot of gas in that anyway. Alright. So let's just use that. Get this empty nice and quickly. Come on. Bullslayer, you can use anything as a jetpack propellant. Any pressurized gas. Doesn't matter what it is, you can use anything. There are reasons to use specific gases for it though. Something that's safely breathable means you can use your jetpack inside. Inside your breathable spaces without poisoning yourself. Something like pollutant has downsides beyond just not being breathable. Pollutant would be bad to use because it may liquefy at some of the pressures you use unless you have it hot enough. So there are a bunch of different considerations to be aware of when deciding what to use for your jetpack propellant. Because it's a monopropellant jetpack. It's not an ignition-based one. Nitrogen is a very good jetpack fuel. It's very safe for breathable spaces, and it's... well, it's not used for a whole lot. Come on, give me the temps. There we go. Oh, where did that go? It's stuck to the machine. Okay, cool. That was a bit of smelting done. And I'll just quickly go inside, refill my air tank, get rid of my waste tank. Then we can go back out to do the more stuff. Okay, let's go. Yeah, soy needs a little bit of nitrogen, but other than that, nitrogen is, if you ever have it in abundance, something you don't need to use for much. What was I next going to do out here? Guess I need to see how far the chutes are going to go. I probably need to go mine some iron because I just smelted that all. So the outputs... I think I'll go like this. And get a junction in here. And a junction in here. Nope. And a junction in that. And then that should make a nice... no, not a window one. I don't want a window one. Window ones cost twice as much as the blank ones. So a suggestion I was given in the YouTube comments that you guys have probably said in chat and I just didn't notice, was to put a valve in various spots. Uh-oh. Precisely for that reason. Because then I have various breakpoints. Oh dear, that was a lot. I also might need to go put one downstairs and put an inlet in downstairs. Because that's a lot. Thank you, Dr. Lenny. Thank you for a year. Maybe I'll put an inlet in over here. Put an inlet in there. straight, and then I should be able to put a junction in here. Except that's the wrong way around. Nuts! Grr. Where can I put a junction? Maybe up there? This is getting less neat as I progress. Okay. Now I have somewhere to put all this back. So yeah, putting in valves in various spots as I build chute systems so that I can then repair said chute systems without having, well, ore popcorn like I just had would be great. I do love that me trying to do the right thing is what made that all into a mess. That is very on brand for me. Oh, there's even more down there. Yeah, I should have valves in. I should like, realistically, to get the best out of it, you kind of want to have valves in lots of places, I think, so that you can choose where the right spot is to stop it for where you're going to work. I think we have proof that I need more centrifuges, but I also need to get this sorting system up and running so that I can actually empty the current centrifuges. My furnace will not blow up. I turned it off. I am quite confident I did. Oh no, I didn't turn it off. Huh. Must have misclicked. Oh, see, this is why, even when I'm confident, I do go back and check when you guys repeatedly tell me to. Alright, pick up more of the popcorn. That means all of these chutes are full right now. Ew. There is so much ore sitting in here. I can probably turn off these drills. For a while. See, Shadow Drake, I think you're misunderstanding why people are motivated to tell me that things have gone wrong. Yes, some recovery from an explosion can be fun, but there's every chance that if I explode that, I actually kill myself and that ends the run. That's a bitter pill to swallow. If you know you could have stopped it happening. Alright, that looks like I've got pretty much all of it. Can't see any more around here. The rest of it probably ended up in the lava. If there was any more. There's heaps of it anyway. Actually, can the furnace explode off an active vent? What is the pressure limit of the furnace? Furnace. Does it say what it's... Doesn't say anywhere what it is. Like, oh yeah, obviously if the gas heats up, it can. But I thought the furnace was 60 megapascals, so... it might have exploded in the daytime. So once daylight came, it might have broken. So this is one of the places where I probably need to put a valve in. Because this is one of the places I'm going to break later. And I possibly want to put one at the start as well. Over here. Maybe after each one of these, in fact. Rather than in the main line. Alright, so I need to go mine some iron. I need to print off some more chutes. A lot of them. I'm gonna need to make a computer later, but there's a whole lot of chutes and wiring and stuff that needs to be done before the computer is even close to necessary. But I haven't forgotten that I need it. I haven't forgotten. Thanks, Fluffsel. Thank you for the prime sub. I do enjoy that at least some of the time when you guys are like, you didn't click on this. I'm like, yeah, I did. I do like that at least some of the time I'm right, even if most of the time I'm wrong. At least it's not I'm always wrong. That'd be sad. Let's go get some iron.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, I do have the centrifuges up and I'm still hand mining. Yes. Because I don't have a way to sort them yet. I really don't want to be picking up all that junk off the ground. If I was mining for more than just iron, I possibly wouldn't. But iron's pretty quick to get a decent chunk of hand mining, so it's not a big deal, I think. Like, I need... I don't know. I guess if I get... Ooh. I guess if I fall down a giant hole... I guess my aim should be to get like 300 iron or something. So that's 100 chutes. It looks like I've stumbled into a pretty good iron deposit. I am still currently sliding down this hill. Which fills me with dread. What do you mean, Shadowrake? How much stuff do the electric centrifuges hold? I don't know.
Hydration critical.
400, was it? It's in my script, because I had to find it out for the script that I wrote to empty them, because it had to wait till they were full. 200, 100, 400, something. I don't know. Something like that. It's a number. It'll be annoying to have the extra ores that aren't just iron, I think is what it comes down to for me. While having just been able to collect 300 iron and nothing else, it's kind of handy. not going to dump the excess in the lava. That feels wrong. That doesn't feel right. I worked hard for my passive ore income. I shouldn't throw it away. Oh wow, this is a really rich area that I stumbled onto. But my backpack is going to be very full soon. And I've arguably gotten all I need for now. Though I am kind of waiting till morning and daytime so I can smelt. Without needing to use any silver. I may as well fully stack everything. Gold. Do burning cables produce CO2? I have no idea. I don't know if burning objects produce any off-gas. Does anyone know that? It's not a thing that I'm likely to see very often, but I have no idea. Challenging experiment to set up properly, because you're going to have to base it on moles of stuff present at the start versus moles at the end, and do things burn differently whether you ignite them directly with the arc welder, or do you have to actually set a fire in the place, and then tracking how many moles of CO2 should be there from a general fire. Oof. Feels like a lot of work to set up a test for that. Doable, but a lot of work. How's my waste tank looking? It's almost full. I think it's probably time, after this bit of iron, to go back home. And I'm thirsty. Copper didn't like being mined there. Don't know where the surface is. Don't know how far away it is. Could be digging right to the top of the mountain again. 3-6 is probably far enough. Let's go on to the other one. Oh, don't worry, I was very much watching my waste tank then. I did listen to the waste tank caution, and I was aware that I was pushing my luck. There we go. Let's get out of here. Yep. Right to the top of the mountain. Yeah, at least this is a game without 6 degrees of freedom, so you do know which way is up. You can be absolutely certain which way is up. Alright, let's start chucking some iron in here. As it is currently very, very hot. Get some of the gas out of there. So, many chutes I'm gonna need. If you make an incinerator room of pure nitrogen and get it hot enough to set things on fire in there, then we can throw things in there and see if what the gas composition is like afterwards. Yeah, maybe that could test the ignition theory. Maybe. Would it make sense? Why do I want to trade it with gases, Mike? What are you envisaging with that? Not saying it's wrong, just curious. Because I can't think of why I would want that. Come on, come on, come on. Empty out quicker. Oh, for CO2? Nah. Nah, the CO2's not going to run out that quickly. Like, the CO2's likely to run out this stream. Not, like, imminently. Alright, that's a decent start on the chutes. Okay, so that's that's 60 chutes. How many do I really think I need?
Health low.
Oh yeah, I probably should drink and eat. Rather than making you guys deal with the breathing. Have I thought about boxes to hold my chutes? Honestly, no. The thought to use boxes never crosses my mind. Like, just being completely honest about it, it never crosses my mind. I think it's because they're not particularly convenient to get stuff out of. I don't know. And recursive inventories is something I do try and shy away from a bit. I'm not a big fan of recursive inventories and cheesing them that way. Thanks, test unit. Thank you for 31 months. Can you insert the half-eaten potato back into the microwave? Sadly, not. Recursive, incursive, decursive? Yeah, you know what I meant. Even if I Englanded wrong. Yeah, the nested inventories thing. I'm also not a fan of recursive inventories. But yes, the nested inventory thing. I don't like to cheese that as much as the game does let you do it. As far as I will, the furthest I will go with is a single layer of nesting. Where you can see I've got a backpack in a backpack. And I usually only do it for ores, because I find them annoying. Wally, I haven't played Minecraft with bundles, so I can't comment on that. It has been a long while since I played much Minecraft. I don't even really know what a bundle is. I think I sort of might do, but not really. Now I need to set these up before I put the chute in front of them. Stacker on. Get to the increase without using my jetpack. Nope. Two, three, four, five, down. In a section on your script to batch set all stackers to 50 and turn them on just in case one gets missed. Is the oh, the stackers do, the data and power does share the same connection, doesn't it? Okay, that looks good. And go get more chutes. I think I've got pretty much the right amount for what I need. And 30? Oh, maybe I'll make another 10. And now I should probably make the computer as well. Iron, gold, copper. So I'll have to get the iron out of here. So I think... Let's see on the iron I've got. It's all in that machine right now. Yep. You have an inlet before the sorters so you can return any unnecessary ore. Huh? What do you mean by unnecessary ore? I'll come back and make the computer in a minute. What do you mean ore I don't need? I still don't understand. No, there are 600 slots in each of these silos. They were each holding a single ore. Okay, so let me refresh for anyone who missed out on what I'd been up to and where I was, because I probably should have done that at the start. So last week I built the deep miners, which are down here. They're mining random ores with preference for the common stuff, like iron, copper, and coal. They're going into centrifuges, the first 3 of which are here, but which I plan to have many more of. I'm planning to have something around 2.5 per deep miner, maybe 3, but definitely more than I currently have. And then those are going to output their sorted ores via these chutes into each of these silos. The silos are a single ore type each. Each silo holds 600 units of ore, and each unit of ore is a full 50 stack. So if I end up with excess, I can kind of tell that by just looking at the silo and seeing whether it's full. If it's full, then I can take those bits out. A lot of people have been saying that I should make some sort of overflow so that when, say, the iron one is full or the copper one is full, then I send it to a specific one that's for selling. But to be honest, I don't think I need 600 stacks of 50 iron for a single person building. I don't build that quickly. So even at substantially less than that, I intend to sell it to the traders. Yeah, and if it stacks up quick, then why do I need more? Like, this is the point I'm making, is that I don't build quickly enough to feel that 600 is not an amount I need to keep in storage. If the iron stacks up, I should still have enough of the other stuff as I use it. It'll be fine. It's so not needed for me right now. What I need is to get this system hooked up and working and not worry about edge cases that I'm probably gonna die before I run into. Yeah, 30,000 units of ore is huge for me. Absolutely huge. Yeah. I will either die or the terrain overhaul will arrive. It is... Yeah, it's one of those edge cases I really, really don't think it matters. Okay, so... Computer. Computer, then the sorter motherboard, and then I need all of the cable. So much cable. So here's a nice analogy for you. So I see having an overflow for the sorter system like having a windscreen wiper for the solar panels on a Mars rover. If anyone knows about why they don't put those on Mars rovers, that will make a whole lot of sense to you. Motherboard. Shorter. Needs silver. Wow, I actually get to use some silver. Oh, nice. Let's see how we go with that. Should I print off some cable? Probably will need more cable than this. Yeah, alright. Leave that running for a little bit. Do. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about putting ores into the system that I hand mine. But that's a good idea. I should have a way to do that. So I should put an inlet in down here. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's quite a good idea. Where to put this? I think I'll put it here. Now, probably would have been good to remember what this actually needs to be built. Thankfully it was only that. The point about the whole, my point about the Mars rover thing is that the extra effort and mass required costs more than the actual thing is worth. How much power do SDB silos use? 1 watt. Okay, cool. So they use basically no power. How much does a stacker use? 50 watts. So we've got 100 watts on each centrifuge. No, I don't need more than one thing. I'll be fine with one. Alright, let's get these done. I think I'll be able to run this off a single small transformer. I think.
Jetpack low.
Yeah, I know, suit lady. I know. Don't really have a choice. I need to use it here. And when it runs out, I can walk back and get some more.
Jetpack critical.
No! It's probably not a bad time to go back anyway, because I need to make sure the cables aren't overtaking my whole base. So 12 centrifuges would be 1.2 kilowatts. The 10 stackers, sorry, are 500 watts. So that's 1700. And then you have the 10 sorters, which I didn't check out the power usage of. But yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with those numbers that I will be okay. It seems unlikely that I'll hit the 5 kilowatt limit with my current plans. Certainly possible in the future, but I think at the moment it's not or anytime soon. 9 silo was 9 watts. I did 10 because 10 is easier to maths. Much easier to calculate 10s than it is 9s. And if I overestimate, then I'm safe. Also, I just know that comment about the Mars rovers is going to get someone irritated in the YouTube comments. And just to predict that, I'm not going to reply to those comments because I don't have any further thing to say. Let's add the input that I was talking about down here. Probably should have gotten jetpack fuel too. That would have been good, yeah. Yeah, that would have been handy. It's not inaccuracy, it's safety margin. Exactly. It was intentional overestimate to ensure safety. Oh, no, I won't do that. So, looks nicer. There we go. Now, since I'm out here anyway, let's bring this over. Oh. 5 watts per sorter? Really? That's all? Yeah, okay. The sorters don't matter then. They really don't matter. Oh, hang on. I need that. I care about getting the data from these later. Well, this is feeling good because this, if I haven't missed any big steps in this should be done relatively soon. As long as my script functions. And then I can start worrying about the CO2 problem before it really becomes a problem. Oh, I know I need more at the back. I can't do the bit at the back because I can't fly. So I'm doing the bit at the front that doesn't need flying. So that when I go back inside, I've got inventory space for the other things I realize I haven't brought out here that I need to bring. That's why I figured I'd do this now. I'm like, well, at least this way I'll have made the trip out here for some purpose. Oh, it's a pity I didn't finish doing the frames along here because I actually can reach that high. I can't reach down the end. Uh-oh. Ooh. That was terrifying for a moment there. Falling down, no jetpack, and not knowing where the lava is. I'm walking this way. Yes, I could use my waste tank as jetpack fuel. Yes, it would create a jet of flame coming out me. It would be bad. Although it was nighttime, so I probably wouldn't have. Although, how hot was it out there? No, I probably would have. Jetpack. How is the gas pressure in there? Oh, the gas pressure in there's fine. I'm not taking much out each time. This will last for a while. That is future me's problem. Yes, I do need this for the emergencies. That's why I'm filling it. Right, so I need an IC-10. Which needs more gold. Do I have any gold? Let's check this doesn't have anything in it. No. Might turn you off, I don't need you on. The rest of the machines I like to leave on just because it's annoying waiting them to spin up each time, but... Electrum, solder, and steel. Where is solder? Steel. Just need to smelt some gold. Is that a high capacity canister? No. Not the jetpack one, no. Should I make smart tanks? My O2 tank is a smart canister, and that's the one that I think I get the most benefit out of. Jetpack would also be nice, but I'm trying not to build too much while using it. So it's probably not too bad for it to be a regular one at this point. It would be nice to have the proper one though. Oh yeah, my floorage is awesome. It's everywhere. Everywhere. So. Need to label the sorters. Need to probably pull up some of my potatoes. Eat them. What else do I need to do out there? Just trying to think if there's anything I need to bring with me. That I haven't already brought. Thanks, Gregory. Thank you for the 2 months. This is Stationeers. This is... I mean... Oh, I was almost going to say, I think this is my favorite game at the moment. I think it kind of is. Like, Space Engineers is always in the top 3, but it's not always the top 1. I do have an emergency pill, yes. There we go. Potato gone. Alright. So I need a housing as well. Don't think I've got one. Oh, I had a... Dang it. I thought I had the housing up on the shelf, but I actually have the chip on the shelf. Oh well. Any signs to label the silos? Probably not. Because I'm going to put... Oh, that's the thing I need. I was going to put powered outlets on them, but maybe I don't need to. Oh no, I... There was some sort of outlet I was going to put on them. I can't remember what it was. Does anyone remember what the thing was that I had on it on Venus? Thank you, Talking Beans. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. How's it going? Yeah, I was using something. It wasn't just a Chute outlet, was it? It was a powered outlet. Yeah, that's what I want to use, because I liked the powered outlet because it just sat the ore right there. And I could just pull it off, just grab one, and it never shot it onto the floor. So yeah, I need powered outlets, which means I need powered chutes. Which require what? Iron, electrum, and constantan. Where's the iron at? Is it still in here as well? Yes, it is. Just trying not to eject everything, but the iron was the last thing. So I need 9 of these. Powered outlet will expose the items to storms, though, so they will be destroyed. So until I pressurize this space, that's an issue. Interesting. Interesting. Well, yeah, I can still use these. I can still have these set up. I just won't have the silos set to open until I actually need a particular ore. Yeah, so that should be fine. Yeah, I did leave the IC-10 chip on in the housing on the ground. That's because I haven't written any script to it yet. It needs to be in there. Yeah, that's all good. That was very much intentional. Export bin. So I might do maybe that. For each one. Just until... How... Ultimately, what I'm probably going to need to do, and I should probably plan around this now, is... If I want to have a wall to cover this up... I mean, alternatively, I could do this. That mightn't look too bad. Just a single chute. Just thinking, like, ideally I would have had this lining up so that these were poking out of a wall so I could hide the silos. But maybe I like the silos. And I'll just hide the centrifuges. Because the centrifuges look like they should be stuck in a wall. And I've misaligned them too. Oh, why am I like this? How did I not notice that last week? That's so annoying. That needs to be fixed then. Poop. Right, I'll put the circuit here. Yep. That is why the valves, and why I was grateful for that as a tip, because I completely forgot that valves existed in chutes. So I don't think I've ever actually used them. I've obviously seen them as I've scrolled through things, but I've never actually used them. Oh, that's gonna be so boring. All of the stuff in all of these chutes is gonna need to be ejected and recycled through so that I can move these back a single block. A single small block. And then I have to move all of these chutes back a single small block. Alright. Start labeling these sorters. Is there any advantage to having these in any particular order? Is there an advantage to putting iron last? If iron is last... then there's a small advantage. The silo gets full, but honestly... I'm still going to do iron down this end just because this feels like closer to where I'm using most stuff, so it just feels like it makes sense to me. Sorter, iron. Sorter, copper. Sorter, coal. Sorter, silicon. Sorter, gold. Silver. What next? Nickel. Lead. And cobalt. And these on. Well done, Charlie. You unlocked the door. You got my attention. You're a clever girl. Where is the thing for this? Nope. There. Don't think I have any reason to actually connect these other than power, but I don't even know if I need to do that. There we go. Tidy. And now she's locked the door. Nope, the door can't lock. Alright, I'm gonna have to sort out the dog in a second. Why did I teach her how to use the door? Okay. I think ores would be near the bottom. Or... gold. That's right, isn't it? It's a white list, yeah? Okay. I will pause and I will sort out the dog. I will be right back. I might put you on the bear back screen just in case I need to actually go take her inside. Good point. I have not finished wiring up the things. I need to fix that. Let's get these last ones done. There we go. Okay, so nickel. Let's get you done. It's not the... it would be nice if this had a search, so you didn't have to scroll, but, you know, whatever. Means I don't have to deal with making a script to do this, so I'm happy. Nickel, silver, gold, silicon. Do. More coal. The sorters are on, aren't they? I think they are. Did I not turn them on? Yeah. I'll get to it. Oh, man. So many things that need to be turned on that you'd be like, can't you just start on? I know why they shouldn't. It's the number of times where I've wished they would. Cobalt, lead, iron, copper, coal, silicon, gold, silver, nickel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hooray! Alright, now we can empty the centrifuges. Empty. 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 Can open the valves. That would help too. See, they start closed too. Alright, I need 1, 2, 3 more chutes. Let's go get them.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, good time for me to going back inside. Why does sorters have a floppy disk slot? Legacy. I think I think in the distant past they had a plan to use disks for settings on lots of things. So that they would be an interesting way to interact with everything. But then they decided against it. Alright. Temperature's going down at least. So let's go back out. See if I can move my centrifuges. Smeghead, I did not forget uranium one little bit. I am putting uranium in a hole. I don't care about it. I don't want it. It's just going to get thrown out that end. Was the plan all along. That's closed. So let's... maybe dismantle the first one. Yeah. Angle grinder. Hand drill. And crowbar for the last bit. And I knew I was going to get some coming out. That's fine. Go take this downstairs. Uranium is 100% useless to me in this particular save. Because I will definitely not be playing this save when uranium power, like nuclear power, is added to the game. So it is 100% useless to me. So uranium is 100% just a thing I can throw into a pit. Also, I don't think anyone's going to be playing on the map that they're currently playing on when nuclear power gets added. Because they're breaking these maps before then. So, yeah. I don't think you can even trade it. I don't think any of the traders buy it. Come on, go in the chute. Oh, the chute's full. That's why you won't go in the chute. That's inconvenient. Well, I'm just going to leave that on the ground. Because that is just what it is. That's where I want the centrifuge to be. Because when it's there, I think that's right. It should have the things just barely sticking out of the wall. Or have I now got it wrong? Wait, no, that's wrong. It is right. Is it right? I need a wall. I need a wall to check whether I've got this right or wrong. My brain's not working. Feels like it's slightly off from where it should be. But I think the previous method is actually the one that I should use. Padded walls lines up perfectly, do they? Wait, give me that silicon. We'll just give... I'll have a look with this one because I've got it. If a storm rolls in, it's not that much ore that I lost. I'm losing more ore by just not... like having things just not running. Yeah, it's halfway. Is this intended to be lined up with a padded... Like, is it only padded walls that line up with these? Let's get a padded wall as well. I can get a few chutes to fill in the chute gaps. What am I planning on doing today? I'm hoping I can finish this sorter system so I can get my automated ores going. Now that is plastic sheets as well, isn't it? No, only 4. You know what? If I'd known this, there is every chance I would not have made the centrifuges set up in such a way that I can have them exposed and see them. But since I've started that plan, I'm going to stick with it. No, it still doesn't even line up properly with a padded wall. What? Is there nothing this properly lines up with? Oh, that's rude. Oh, man. Oh, that's so annoying. No, this one's definitely not right because it's in the other block. Like, even just the... What? I need steel sheets to make it as well? Oh, man. Okay. That is unreasonably annoying. That is unreasonably annoying. Ugh. Can't believe it. It's just... That just grinds my gears real bad. Oh, boy. But I want the spinny bits. I want the movement. That's why I wanted them in the walls, because you can see them spinning. I was like, yeah, that'll be cool. It'll be nice. Maybe that's what they should get Wickus to fix. The guy that they've contracted to do modeling for them. Who's done a lot of the mods out there. Wickus! Fix the centrifuge. It's annoying. Wait, what? Different? Oh, I'm so confused. Anyway, let's just fix this and get this going. Yeah, from the words of Fry, fix it, 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 fix it. Fix it, fix it! Right. Rebuild this again. Turn it on. Close these up. Get them spinning again. Oh, hang on. This should work. Just until there's a storm. Or not. It's going to roll off. Oop. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm going to open the valves. I just want to get this on top of there first. In the hope that it gets preferentially taken in. No. I think these bits of ore are just gonna go to waste. Yep. Whatever. Alright, cool. So at least they're manually emptying now. Now I've just got to get the auto empty set up. Yeah. Way too much backlog. 4 drills to 3 centrifuges is very much the wrong ratio. It's incredibly wrong. Now, I need to label these silos as well. That's what I need to do. Actually, I should probably go do the name that way. Silicon. And silo. Gold. Alright, done. We got 7, 4, 4, 2, and then the rest should be 0. Oh no. We got 1 of silver. And we got 1 of nickel. Okay. Alright, so. For the script, because I'm potentially going to have more centrifuges than I have device inputs on a circuit housing, I was thinking of calling each one by name.
Waste tank caution.
So, if I've named them like that. The valve is open. 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 All open.
Hydration critical.
That waste tank's valve was open, was it? Oh, that's not good.
Waste tank critical.
Hmm. Oh, wrong way.
Oxygen low. Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
Meant to do it this way.
Temperature critical.
Open. Close. It's the tiniest little bit of pollutant in here now. That's annoying. Oh well. It's not a lot. It's a tiny amount. I will filter it out when I sort out my CO2 side of things. So, the script. Let's load up the script. Let's take off my suit, because I won't pause the game and I'll get my showering sorted while I'm coding. Edit. Library. Centrifuge unloader. Overwrite. So, at the moment, I've got Fuge 1, 2, 3 as devices. What I thought I might be able to do was somehow... Is there a way to basically add one and then make it go for 2? Yeah, name hash and device hash was what I was thinking of doing, but I need to increment the name hash. Is there a way to do that? No, not stacks. I did do that in the Larry script. I did. You're right. What did I do in the Larry script? How did I do that? Define seed station, max stations. Increment, add station, station 1. Branch greater than station, max stations, reset. So I did it with a register. That's station. Which works for the Larry because the Larry needs a register to tell it which station it's going to. Which doesn't really work for these. Yeah, it's a very different problem. Because I'm just able to change a register number which tells it which station to go to, which is probably why they made it that way, so you didn't have to mess with stacks. That's unfortunate. There is a neat-ish way to do it. Make a function, then iterate through the names and call that function each time. How would I iterate through a series of names? You're welcome, buddy. because just I was hoping this wouldn't be supremely complicated and that I might be able to actually do it. And then it's not like, oh, this is actually just too hard. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready. So I can't use device pins. You gotta, those of you suggesting device pins, I can't use device pins. I need to have more than 6 devices, so device pins are irrelevant. Device pins don't work. So that's what I'm trying to avoid using. I've got a system set up that easily does it with device pins, and I can go up to 3, or I can easily go up to 6 for the moment with the script I've got. The thing I'm trying to do is write this script in such a way that it could go as high as I like with the number of centrifuges, because then I have a script that works for centrifuges no matter where I set it up, and that flexibility would be really nice. I don't want to do them in pairs either, because that still limits me to 12. Like, there's still a hard limit to it that, or, you know, there's an inefficiency there that I'd like to try and fix, because it feels like this is a nice chunk of a goal in terms of me learning something programming related that might be achievable. I'm just trying to look at the options you guys are giving me and see what I might be able to do. Yeah, I could just use a... Yes, arguably I could just be like, alright, this works for 6, I'll put another IC10 for the next 6, I'll put another IC10 for the next 6, and just have them all running. Arguably. That could work. Yeah, Dells, I was thinking name hash, and I think the brute force way for me to do this is to use my exact script and just have to keep adding it. But what I wanted was my subroutine to not need me to... do stuff, but I guess the JAL command might allow me to just set all the list up at the top and then jump to the subroutine each time to check. But then how do I check the correct centrifuge? That's what I'm not sure about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean this up to get rid of the bits that I'm not going to be using, which is the aliases at the start, because they're wrong. And I'll just leave this as it is for the moment, because I'm going to have to update it once I figure out what it is. Because this probably needs to be a register of some sort that I can iterate. So I can add one to it and it sends me to a different thing. I just want to figure out how I'm setting up the initial part. Sweet Orange Bunny, I'm not sure I really want to learn about the stack live on stream. That doesn't feel... Based on the fact that Shadow Drake spent an hour-long video trying to explain how it works, I don't think this is the place for me to learn about it. Which frankly means it's a thing I'm never going to learn. Probably. So the problem with a lot of the, like, in a lot of other languages, you would have some sort of string and you would just iterate the number on that string, but you can't do that here. And that's what makes this much more complicated than it would otherwise be. And honestly, I'm borderline ready to just go, nah, let's just run multiple IC10s. It's my Snickers. What is push doing there? Oh, you're doing stack stuff. No, go away. Go away. All right, I'm just gonna go with the original script. This is all just getting more complex than I really want to deal with. I'd much rather build some stuff. Ah.
Hunger, caution.
Alright, so we'll set that up like that, and then I'll add the extra bits that I need for it. Now, can I easily... Oh, no, I can only copy-paste one line at a time. That's annoying. No, the number of things that don't make sense in those stack things that you guys have been trying to write in chat, and I appreciate you trying, I really do. I know it sometimes may not seem that way, but I really do. There's just so much that doesn't make sense to me right now. And I just don't think I've got the time to... I don't think I want to spend that time doing that. I've got the time. I don't think I want to spend it doing that. I think is where the issue lies. Okay, don't need the jump to start until the end. Actually. So. This needs to... That's jumping to check Fuge 3. This should jump to check Fuge 4. This will jump to check Fuge 5. Which I will now start writing. So I'll write this up so that I've got the 6 in it. And then this script will work for the vast majority of purposes that I have. Alright, I'll go through and I'll check the names at the end properly. Oh. So basically what this script is doing is checking whether the centrifuge has 400 units in it. If it does, it's opening it up and emptying it. It then moves on to the next one and checks it, and moves on to the next one and checks it. It's fairly straightforward on that front, which is kind of nice. So this one's not going to jump to there, it's going to jump to start. Start. So that's check Fuge 6. I'm gonna have to fix all these ones that say Fuge 3 and align them up with the number that should be there. So I haven't been doing that as I went through. And then as it opens it up, because it takes time for this to empty, it waits until it has emptied and then it goes back and closes it. So there's a little bit of an inefficiency in the system that happens because I could have 2 centrifuges waiting to be emptied, but because it's just waiting for that one to fully empty before it goes on to the next one, it'll wait. But to be honest, with only 6 of them, the time cost of that is actually fairly small, thankfully. Game isn't paused and my suit is not on. So I'm A-okay. So that should be right. So we have Fuge 1, Fuge 2, Fuge 3, Fuge 4, Fuge 5, Fuge 6. And it all says 6. That all says 5 and a 6. That all says 4 and a 5. That all says 3 and a 4. That all says 2 and a 3. And all says 1 and a 2. Cool. Confirm. And let's save this. Library. Centrifuge unloader. Save. Overwrite. Cool. Let's export it to our chip. Get my suit back on. Now, is this going to fail because I don't actually have 6 centrifuges? Yeah, I thought it might. That is a problem. It's gonna be annoying having to edit it. Let's just get 6. Where do I make the centrifuges? Need them anyway. I have saved the script. Yeah, I need to probably in the long term do something that checks whether they're actually present, and if not present, just ignores them. It's my Snickers. I don't understand what branch device not set means. So the exclamation marks are confusing. Oh yeah, I need more chutes. Oh, but my only iron's in here. What does branch device not set do? Jumps if device not set. Okay. Okay, cool. This one's almost done. I will go change that. That sounds like a good option for sensible setup of this. I mean, I need these extra centrifuges anyway. I've got 4 drills running. I should have at least 6 centrifuges.
Power low.
No, Grunt Blender, I don't want to use other people's scripts. I'm intentionally not doing that. Because eventually, sometimes, my stuff not working as well as it could is enough to motivate me to learn something that I haven't understood prior. So that's the main reason I don't use other people's scripts.
Hunger critical.
Yeah, I know. I'm dealing with my hunger. Man, do you know how annoying would it be for you to be hangry and then have your suit tell you you are hungry? That would just be like... Ugh. Okay, so after each one... So probably before each segment, I should have a branch device not set. Branch device not set. D0. Branch 2 line A if device isn't set. Check Fuge 2. So then I just do that at each one. That's a neat command, I like that. That's quite tidy. Oh, change D0 to be the correct pin. Yes, thank you. That would help too. That would help a lot. Make sure it's actually checking the next one down the list. D0, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. Yep. Got them all. Cool. See, that's a new learning. I feel like that makes up for the not learning the stack. I have learnt something. I'm happy that I at least learned something. It may not have been what you guys want me to learn, but it's a lesson nonetheless. Alright, that's all I can carry, unless I ditch. I don't need to carry the ore backpack anymore. Means I can carry more cable. That'll do. Might wait till it gets a little bit cooler. It's very hot outside. Yeah, Smakehead, I would have been proud of... a year ago, I would have been very proud of myself to get a single IC-10 script working for a single centrifuge. So, I 100% get where you're at, and it should feel like an achievement doing that. You should not feel like you have not done enough if you can get a single script doing a single device. That is cool. Making it do more fancy stuff? Yeah, it's cool, it's nice, but I don't... I think you should be... I think everyone should be able to feel proud of whatever they managed to actually get done. No matter what it is. Yeah, Daz, I do hope that some of me trying to learn this stuff helps others understand it. I do genuinely hope that. I hope it's not more confusing than helpful. Because I do worry that that could be the case. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I forgot to bring the steel sheets for these. 1, 2, 3. That's okay, because I can start my script running now. Yeah. Script is running. Just had a horrible thought. Me trying to write tutorials on how to get started with IC10 scripting in Stationeers. Ooh. I think mine will be more of the... this is how you go about learning. This isn't how you go about doing, this is how you go about learning. That would probably be more likely to be my overall approach. Yeah, Smakehead. I do find that's a common challenge with people who genuinely know what they're doing with scripting and trying to keep up with them. And trying to figure out how to pace something like that is really hard. Because it's going to be so different for everyone. I need the iron out for all of the extra chutes. Like it is definitely a very difficult area to write good tutorials for. I have no doubt. I have no question to me. I'm glad you guys. It makes me very happy that you guys are here and willing to watch me learn this, because it's something I've always wanted to get better at this stuff. And Stationeers is so far proving to be an incredibly powerful tool for motivating me to learn stuff that has previously been well beyond my ken. Just so far beyond anything that I can really grasp. And it's been really nice. Because like the amount of this sort of stuff that I understand now compared to when I started making the ACS mod at the very beginning of it, when it was just assertive cargo ships, when it hadn't had all the other functions added. If I went back and if I went back to ACS now and started fresh with new behaviors and everything, I think I could make it so much better than it currently is. Because of what I've learned here. Just the general approach to things, and problem solving, I think makes a huge difference. Overflow, overflow, and the last one does not get an overflow. Oh wait, no. Last one should get an overflow, and I should just put a valve on it. In fact, they should probably all have valves on the outlet. Yeah. Oh, wait, and that's the wrong way. Is that accessible? No, I need it on the top. That's the wrong way around. I want the control on the top so I can actually reach the thing. Because I want to put all of this behind a wall. But I want to have it so I can potentially walk in this space. Like, I'm not going to fully block myself from access to it. Alright, so what I need to do now is find the nearest valve to there, which is, all the way back here. That's bad. I'm gonna make a mess. I'm gonna make so much mess. Oh well. Wait, that's not where that goes. It goes here. What am I doing? Well, guess I'm not opening this now. Oh dear. Well, there's plenty of chutes that I still need to build, so that's okay. I can keep myself busy for a little bit. I should be able to, if I turn off, close all of these and make sure they don't tip out. I can put the junctions in. These. So at least their outputs aren't going to be broken. And now I can pipe up the rest of the stuff behind. And I'll come back here with more chutes. And hopefully the... Uh-oh. That's inconvenient. Uh-huh. That's very inconvenient. No, I don't need stackers going out because the stackers are best placed just before the sorters, the silos, which is where they are. So the reason for that is this could output any number of different things. If I have a stacker just after it, if the next item isn't the same as the previous one, it's just going to dump it out anyway. So the stacker won't actually achieve anything beyond what the centrifuge is already doing. So the stackers need to be at the silo end, which is where they are. Yeah, I had to think about that one a fair bit last night when I was thinking about how I was going to set this up, and yeah, that's why I did it that way, because it is actually required. Oh, I'm so glad I built these stairs. I don't need to pump the jetpack up. What I might do though, since I do have a CO2 filter here to fill up this CO2 line, I can probably do that since it's not especially hot out here right now. Let's turn that on. Let's turn this on. Since we were worried about the amount of CO2 I've got, this means I now have the ability to get some more of it, get it cooled down, and I can add it into my greenhouse if I get desperate. Yeah, the storms have not arrived at the worst possible times yet. They've not been ideal, but they've not been the worst possible times. How much CO2 do I want to get? 'Cause, wow, I can actually get it really quickly. Like, so much quicker than I was sorting it previously. Having that pressure differential makes it an annoying amount of difference than how I was sorting this on, trying to get some on Venus. I should have done this setup This is making my coolant rather hot, which is not good. But the coolant should drop its temp soon enough anyway. I might stop at 2.5 kilomoles. Reopen the outputs of the centrifuge so they can empty if they're finished during the storm. Oh yeah, good point. I will turn that off, and I will come back and I will sort those out soon. Now, can I get around there? Haven't really thought about how I get into my sorting room in here. Was one error. Yeah. Oh yeah, batteries are bad. Batteries are proper bad. I'm gonna go turn off some of my deep miners. Part of the reason that my batteries are bad right now is this storm. The storm actually kind of stuffs me for power because it's not cool enough for the Stirlings to turn on. But it's also blocking my solar. Ah, yes, I do need more power. And also, Jamorian, I fixed this command from the other day. It should work now. Let's see. I had a broken shout-out command. I also typoed it, but it should have done it anyway. But, yeah. Thanks to the raid the other day. Yeah, having wind turbines for power during a storm would be good. Be useful. Yeah, just adding more batteries will probably allow me to survive through a storm better. Because I'll have that reserve. Because I did have enough power for them to be full. More full. Okay. Storm is going. That filter is still draining, which I can probably go turn it off. Save a little bit more power. Does Reggie... So... Reggie does recognize a very specific spelling of... Well, two very specific spellings of the universal greeting. Because... When I looked on the Transformers wiki, it wasn't clear whether there was a fully correct spelling of it, so I put a couple.
Waste tank caution.
I do have tanks for the Sterling engines. Could I have cold side tanks? No. I'd sort of have to have a cold... I could do. I'm not sure it's worth it. But yeah, I think I could do. I don't know if I'd gain extra power from that or not. I genuinely don't know. Don't know how that would play out. I need more chutes. Yeah, we'll need more iron soon. Although, I don't know how many chutes I actually need to connect these. Hopefully this will just barely get me there. Go away for an hour, you come back and I'm still printing chutes. Yes, but these are for new things. It's not the same thing. I swear. I swear it's not the same. Hey, stop making fun of Reggie being real simple. Catching up with the series on YouTube, getting some Vulcan hints, trying to make water. Yes. Vulcan water shouldn't be anywhere near as hard as it was on Venus. Venus water was a bit of a pain, because I had to make both the oxygen and the volatiles. But at least on Vulcan you've got ample, easy access to volatiles. You just gotta cool them. Although you don't really need to cool them. But it is better. Because if you don't cool them, then they can probably ignite with the oxide with the oxygen in your pre-H2 combustor line, I guess. So I think I had mine cooled so that that didn't explode. I've never set up automated arc furnaces. I failed dismally at making a semi-automated one on Venus. The button never really worked properly. It only did a very specific thing, and it didn't do well. Alright, I'm just gonna have to accept I'm about to make a mess, because I need this to become an overflow. So let's see if it'll let me put it in there. I have it at least set up the right way to begin with. Maybe that worked? I don't know. I don't know if that worked. But these guys can get turned on. And I can add them to pins. The trouble with furnaces, with the arc furnace, is that you can't spam activate. If you spam activate on an arc furnace, what it does is continuously stop producing. So, yeah. You need to wait till it's actually finished, and if... So, yeah, it's annoying. Hey, Ice Forge. Welcome, Raiders. When Arc Furnace is full, you have to activate. But you then have to not activate again until it is empty. That's the trick with Arc Furnaces. That's what makes it difficult to set up. It's that you need it's that extra little bit of, I have to do that kind of messes it up and makes it more challenging. I need to label these centrifuges. Yeah. This is what I'm doing next. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. They should all be working now. Daz, when I tried that in my Venus save, it didn't work. When I had it set activate to 1, it then activated again and stopped the thing, and then it activated again. It would have, what it would have been doing was spitting out chunks of, a single chunk of ore, of ingots, I should say. Maybe I did something weird when I was setting it up on Venus that made this more complex than it should have been? I don't really remember now. Yes, I really have 0 to 5, not 1 to 6, because I was originally going to be doing things differently than what I have. And so I didn't want to start at 1, I wanted to start at 0. And so I just stuck with that naming after I was done. My centrifuges are all controlled by the one IC10, but I've used my old script and just expanded it to handle 6. When I want to add more centrifuges, I will add another IC10 to handle the next ones. I decided not to get into stack stuff because I wasn't in the mood to learn that, and I don't think I think it might be too big for me to learn on stream. I'm not sure. It feels that way. Maybe if I eventually do another series where I can play Stationeers with Nev, he can teach me the stack. And then I can learn it that way. So now I want to make more battery. I'm not gonna make the big cell because it needs cellite, so I'm just gonna make another regular battery, gold, copper, and steel. Let's get a few more of these done. Have until the terraforming DLC to learn it, otherwise get Nev to teach. Yeah, true. Oh, but with the comments about the things and the arc furnace, I wasn't saying it's something I couldn't do. I was saying the thing that makes it more awkward than it seems at first glance is the thing. Okay. So if I get 3 more batteries, I think that'll do for now. Double in a bit my power storage. Do I have any heavy cables lying around? I don't think I do. I have to print some of them off. Oh no, I do have a few. Oh, 4. So yeah, don't really have any. Hey Nev. Speak of the devil. Just pointing out that I don't think I'll learn the stack until we're playing together again. Just name a time and a place. Yep. I do want to do more multiplayer Stationeers once the terrain update comes out. It feels better knowing something's time limited when I'm the only one playing that save. Shadow Drake, I'm not sure Nev was holding me hostage for the airlock in the terraformer safe. I think I was holding him hostage. I think that's the way that one worked. Okay, so battery. And I'll dump these ores. I'll see if I can drop them off now. Hopefully the centrifuges have started to process stuff and this is getting cleared. Yes. No? Go in the hole! Why won't you go in the hole? Go in the hole. Is the valve closed? Who trusted me with valves and having to open them? Oh wait, that should clear a heap of line because I've got all the extra that... because it fills up from that end and goes back. So I should be able to get all these in, hopefully. Hooray! Have room to put things in. Really need a better way to get up in here. I'm putting them in down here because down here would have been filling, would have been full as well. This is my best shot for actually getting it in, but I could check up there. I just kind of assumed it was, or it had enough backlog to fill up there even after what I'd done. Wow. Nev's throwing shade. Dev shade. I should expect it after he said, after the nitrous comment. Needs to set up some basketball hoops above those inlets, yeah. Oh, need to go this way. This way is easier. Stop walking the hard way. Alright. We will see if there's room up here, but I don't... No, there isn't. No room up there. Okay. Should have power now, so I'm going to turn 2 of my drills back on. Now, where did the debate settle about how many drills per centrifuge? How many centrifuges per drill, I should say? So that's 6 and 2 drills. Was it 3 to 1, 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1? Electric centrifuges are bad, but it's so lazy setup and easy. They just work. I don't have to think about it. Oh, don't go comparing me to Apple, Nuki World. I'll definitely take offense to that. Ugh. Apple. 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 How dare you? See, Sleeko Nico, I reckon you make a good point there. Are electric centrifuges bad, or are combustion centrifuges just really, really good? I think electric centrifuges are fine. The others are just better. For certain uses. When you can be bothered having a fuel mix set up. And do all that stuff. Which I can't. And this integrates into my setup very nicely, so I'm just going to stick with it. Yeah, Louis. Indeed. Yeah, having something to automate switching off the centrifuges or the drills when the batteries are low would probably be not a bad idea. Exactly, Damon Wax. Be happy for the small miracles. I am fully interacting with auto mining. I am doing the stuff. How I do the stuff, it might not be exactly how you want, but at least I'm doing it. Da, da, da. Yep, that's right, Nev. Auto miners into centrifuges into proper silo storage. All correct. I need more cable, which means I need to go get my mining backpack and smelt some of the gold in it. The bigger batteries require stellite, which, even though it is astronomical winter here, I don't think it's hot enough for yet. Which I can check. Oh yeah, doesn't ever get hot enough for that. So I'd actually have... though, with how hot it is, I possibly could make stellite. I possibly could make some and make a big battery, but I haven't. Whatever, this will be fine. Do. So with 100 gold in there, it's taken it up to... Yeah, not quite high enough. Have to use silver to get the heat for stellite. I could do it. And I probably should get some stellite at some point, but... I think I'd rather get the regular batteries in and worry about stellite and that stuff once I've got the proper furnace set up, which is on the to-do list, the mental one, not the physical one that I've written in the game, after I get CO2 control set up for in here. Because we're down to 3.91% CO2, so that's kind of urgent to deal with. So I may have to deal with it in some suboptimal ways soon. But I've got enough in here that I can do that. So I could just start, like my idea is I'll just put a cowl on here and I'll set the pressure regulator to something low. And just let a little bit out. So that'll be easy enough to get some in quickly, and then I'll make a proper setup for it as well. Something that's actually going to be more useful, I guess, long term. Yes, Nev, a cow. Moo.
Power critical.
Oh, hello. Thanks, Orion. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Paladol. Sorry I missed you earlier. Thank you for the 26 months. That's all hooked up. Let's go around here. Oh. Okay. All batteries on. All batteries plugged in. Some batteries not yet getting power. That's fine.
Hunger caution.
Stirling engine should turn on soon.
Hydration critical.
And they'll kick in and start producing. I might just check on the Stirling engines, actually. How are they doing? How's my gas storage for it doing? 30 megapascals at almost 800 Celsius. Not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. I think if my power situation gets tight, once these batteries are sorted out, I might go and add some extra Stirling engines in. Would be my thing. Although I can also probably, I can fit more solar panels. And it should... Oh no, I think I'm still deep in the astronomical winter right now. Specifying just because, why not? Okay, do I have a pipe cowl somewhere here? Or, thanks to Nev, I might now always just call them pipe cows. Same as calling things killer moles. So you can blame Nev. Where's my iron? Oh, I used it all up, didn't I? Do still have some left, though. Alright, that's very kind to say, but I don't think I do make this game look easy. But thank you. I'm glad I could distract. Yeah, I'm not sure I make this look easy. No, the plants tolerate lower than, I think it's down to like 1 or 2% CO2? Yeah, I hope I at least make it look possible. Yeah, that's not a bad way to put it. One cow coming up. I should really just use the label maker. Alright. That should work. Right? Very slowly because the volume of that pipe is minuscule. So let's try and make that better. Like so. And do I have any pipe lying around over here? There we go. That should be better. It's gonna be slow. But it is going up, you can see. CO2 levels are increasing. Yeah, slow is better than what I did last time. What I did last time was not a good idea, where I just basically depressurized the entire contents of the thing into my base, heating it up insanely. Yeah, cool. 4%, climbing. That'll be good. That's set and forget for a little while. That gives me quite a bit of buffer, and I do have the ability to put stuff in here. So maybe I don't need to rush to worry about my CO2 setup, because I do have something that works. What I probably need to think about is closing in that production and storage room for the mining setup, because I would like to be able to have the ores easy to access, and thinking about how it's going to link up to the rest of my base. Building in those bits properly. Because it'd be nice to be able to walk from here to my ore room and then decide where I'm going to put my furnace in. So I've got a proper furnace room that's internally accessible, but safe from the furnace heat. Not much point adding solar right now, Drago. The reason being, there's not much sun right now. In about 15 days, there'll be some more value to it, but right now, if I was going to add more power, it'd be more Stirling engines. But I kind of wanted to see where the batteries got to after a night, which actually doesn't look great, so maybe I should go the Stirling engines first. So I'll head out there and have a look what I need to do to add more to the loop. I could add one more in sequence, which would be quite easy, so maybe we'll do that. Nope, that is not made there. Oh, I was spelling it wrong. S-T-I-R. There you go. Make another one of these. Maybe another two. Why have I not gotten the tier 2 mining belt and tier 2 tool belt? Good question. Is there anything stopping me? Constant. No. I really should have. I only thought about getting the better suit. I didn't think about getting the better belts. And yeah, I really should upgrade my belts. Well, I got more copper on the floor. Could I make even more than this? Yeah. How many Sterling engines could I make? Could I add another 4? Because you're right, I do have the tank was completely full of hot gas. So therefore I've got more than enough gas to run more Sterling engines, so why not run more? Yeah, the Sterling engines do kick on. I have checked them. I should check the script now, though. And see what it's doing in terms of... Yeah, it just turns them on by hash, so I should be able to just add the other ones to the network and it'll all be just fine. Cool. Excellent. Don't need to do anything fancy. Yeah, we'll need more working gas tanks, that's a good point. But I do have a setup out there for making extra ones, so I just need to print off the canisters. Because I had some miracle of foresight that meant that I actually did plan around expansions. Which is so unusual for me. And that's, like I've been saying, one of the reasons I enjoyed this base is that I've actually done that sometimes. And saved myself the pain. Alright, so 4 of those. We'll grab what? I'll grab 2 of those for now. Let's go out and look at what else I need to build to set up these new Sterling engines. Because, yeah, I don't like how my power situation is. It's not looking great. Yeah, I might need some frames. Like... They're putting out power. 4.15 kilowatts is pretty good. Like, I'm pretty happy with that. And if I can get, you know... And what's this one putting out? This one's putting out 3 at the time when this one's putting out 4. So if I put down another 3, like another 2 sets where it's 1, 2 in a row, that'll mean instead of getting 7 kilowatts, I'll be getting 21. Yeah. That's alright. Now, can these be placed without support? No. Alright. So I'm going to have to go back and get frames, which is a bit annoying. Just chuck these down on the ground where they won't blow away. And have to head back inside. I'm also going to need more cable. But 21 kilowatts of power at night is the equivalent of having 42 solar panels getting full power during the day. So that's pretty awesome. I need to take a quick bio break. I will be back in a minute. Okie dokie. Frames. Do I have any? No, just iron ones. That's one iron sheet. You can go away. Right. Steel frames. And heavy cable. Yeah, I feel like everyone's scared me about the Sterlings to an extent that perhaps justified, but at least hasn't been justified in in the ways that I've interacted with them so far. They've not been as terrifying as people have made them out to be. But that's probably because you guys gave me the one piece of information you need to ensure that the Sterlings are actually safe, which is don't put too much working gas in. If there's too much working gas, it goes boom. And if you know that and you set that value low enough, you're really going to be fine under most of the circumstances you're going to be handling. And then they're not so scary and they're kind of fun. In this setup. We'll go 14 and then I'll get some more sheets. I will upgrade my belts after I've done this little project. Don't need it right now, so I'll do it later. Yeah. I will be up... The next thing I want to do is upgrade my belts. I just want to get this done first. Because, yeah, the power situation needs to be better. I want to be able to have that other... whatchamacallit. I want to be able to have the other drill on, even though it's not actually needed. 3 more. Alright. Let's go get some more power. Oh, not there. Down. There. I'm gonna need a little pipe cowl as well, I think. 4 more. Put these 2 there. And then put these 2 around the corner here. Keep paving as much of this as possible so that I've got space to move around.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, I know my waste tank's caution. I forgot to empty it when I was inside. Lucky I've got my spare. In fact, I should probably switch to my spare immediately, just in case I need to use that little remainder in the other one to get back to the airlock in time. Ah, but I'm gonna have to go back inside for heaps of stuff. I don't even have the pipes. There's loads of things I need to set up. Okay. Stirling engine. Not there. That's silly. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh. 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 I need two oh. I need two space. Man. It's not going to be tidy as I wanted it to be. Let's be like that. Because I have to have both types of cables, but they have to be separated. Well, that sucks. What do you want? You want steel sheets. Okay. Fine. So let's get the heavy cables done then. I do not want to route the cables under the frame, thank you. I don't do in-frame wiring. I don't like it. I don't like it. Thanks, Michaelmoose. Thank you for the Prime sub. And you're welcome for the restart of Survival Impossible. I'm very happy to finally be in a position where when people bring that up in chat, I can be like, what? It's restarted. It's back. You can go watch it. It's been going for X number of weeks again. X equals 1 right now, but it's fine. Okay, let's get what we need. So, need to bring out these other canisters, but I need more steel sheets. Yeah, 1100 degrees outside should be great for if I did want to make stellite, because I wouldn't need too much extra heat from the volatiles igniting with the nitrous. There is no value in upgrading your waste tanks. It doesn't actually do anything. The suit can only put it up to certain pressure anyway, so making it a higher pressure tank doesn't actually change anything. It's a bit annoying, but that's how it is.
Hydration critical.
Constant tan and iron. Where is my iron? In there. Right, we'll stop the sheets there. That'll be enough for now. Oh, I'm gonna be so happy with the better tool belt, aren't I? Okay, move the tools across. No, Capac will never join me in Survival Impossible. Survival Impossible is a single player series and will remain that way. No one will be joining me there. That's always been the intent from my end, for it to remain that way. He's there in spirit because his player model is there, and it's his it is actually him because I used his computer one day. to do it. But yeah, no, Comeback will never be joining. When you start a big single-player world, it's not really fun for someone else to jump in on. For them or you often, I think. Because can you imagine jumping in on someone else's stuff when they've done that much? Nah. Spend all your time just standing there going, well, what can I touch? What am I actually allowed to do? It's your place, not mine. But, on the other hand, adding a sound mod to make the Capac that's there, with a sensor and a sound block nearby, say things every time I walk past, that's something I'm actually keen to do. Because that's fun. And that's my plan. That was suggested this week, and I'm like, oh, that's fun. I want to do that. That's great. Now, belt. That needs steel, okay. Do. And done. Eject all the stuff. And turn it off. Ah, the sounds of pipes thunking on the ground. It's always fun. How much? I don't actually know how much pipe I need. Did I need more cable? No, I think I was okay for cable. Where is my other cable? Didn't I have more cable around here, or did I throw it on the ground outside? Did I do that? Please don't tell me I did that. That'll do for now. I thought I had more cable in here. I can't find anything! Who came up with this storage system? Doesn't look like I do have any in here. That's unfortunate. Must have used up the extra stack and not realize it. Yeah, there's some in my belt. I'm just wondering, I thought I had another stack of regular cable around here. But it doesn't look like I do. I'm not worried about painting the working gas tanks because I never actually look at them. Once they're in the Stirling engine, that's where they stay. Alright, let's go. Did I actually leave some in the other belt? I thought I got it all out, but maybe I did. Leave some. Whoops. I thought the 30 odd that I had in this belt was from the other belt. Oh yeah. I'm 3/4 of the way to the 100-day goal. Nice. What do you want next? Electronic parts. Ah! Forgot I needed them. Oh. 80. I tried to fix the playlist. So, YouTube playlists are incredibly annoying these days. You'd think that when I add an item to a playlist, it would automatically get added to the end of the playlist like it has for years and years and years. But no, YouTube's algorithm is smarter than that. It decides that a serialized thing should be viewed in the order 1, 3, 2, 7, 9, 12, 4, 6, 5. Ugh. Thankfully, as a user, you can go to the playlist page, select, and from there, click the little 3 dots button and change the order to your preferred order, even if that happens. I do try and go back and fix these things, but if the order isn't right, you can fix it for yourself as well. Which is a not great fix, but at least it is something. Two per, so I need 8. No, I don't want to move the duct tape. I always keep it in my backpack. That's just always where I've kept it. And I know it's there, so I don't want to move it. I like it to be where I know it is. Typically in my tool belt would normally go the... well, the label maker and the laptop would be what I'd normally put in there. Mr. PK, the nonsense that we call AI has ruined far more than eBay descriptions, but I completely agree with you on that point. Ugh. Ugh. I had to explain to my students why they probably shouldn't be learning medicine from a large language model yesterday. They seemed receptive, though, at least. If surprised. There we go. And one more. Okay, so they've all been attempted to be turned on because the script is working. Now I just need to check how much is in this canister. 13.9 moles. We need more! More moles! Yeah, Teamworks, that's basically the response I gave. Jamorian, that's a great one. One of my favorite posts was from a teacher who required her student to write a paper with an LLM, but they had to correct the mistakes before turning it in. I like that. The fortune, like, much as future doctors using that to try and help them learn sounds horrible, it's the way that they get examined and assessed protects against that sort of problem quite a lot. Because there's a lot of face-to-face assessment. At least in this country. You know what? I'm gonna put a smokestack on each one, because it's fun. How many high did it go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more. Alright, let's get those pipe cowls before I go and do something stupid like connecting these and getting them to actually function before doing that. Let's just check. Is that pressure good? Yep, number of mold is good. Turn off. Okay, let's swap you in and get another one set up. Sterling isn't heavy cable connected. Okay, thank you. I do enjoy using those sorts of examples that I've seen the the meme responses from developers being like, two options: spend a day writing it myself, or spend 2 hours correcting what the LLM wrote. So, what did I need? I needed cowls, pipe cowls. How accurate those things are, I have no idea, because I'm not able to do that. I said spend, didn't I? Did I say that? Did I say the wrong word then? Yeah, I need to make 2 cows. We need the beef.
Hunger caution.
Old Man Raptor, my Sterlings are actually pretty good, the way they're set up. They do fill during the hot times and empty only during the cool times. So that's how they're set up to work. They are set up with a bit of a buffer to, yeah, not work at the hottest of time only, but that's just so that they work all the time. And I think that's not too bad overall. It's good enough. I can't remember if I actually set it up, but I did contemplate setting it up in a way that, I can't remember if I actually did it, where it has a certain ceiling for one temperature, and then it has a higher ceiling, high pressure ceiling for bringing in gas at the next temperature. So that it will do, say, the first 20 megapascals at the standard astronomical summer nighttime, daytime temperature, and then also will push that up to 40, say, when it gets above 1,000 or something like that. I can't remember if I actually did set that up or if we just talked about it. Does anyone remember which way that went? Because I don't. Just talked about. Yeah, that's what I feared. There's the iron I need. 2 cows. Oh yeah, check the toolbar for a while. Why? I will do. It did. Why am I like this? Why? Please don't answer that. If an LLM is good at something, it means there is an even better answer out there for you to use that it stole from. Also, like, I very much am of the opinion that if you like playing games, you like having nice GPUs, right? Well, these people are the reason we don't have nice GPUs, so I don't feel bad making fun of them. Do need to fix that one. Alright, so we'll put working gas in there. We put working gas in there. And then I will power this one up. Yeah, the pressure regulator can still be on, that's fine. It's a safe pressure for the pipe, it doesn't actually matter. And I need to bring out the 2 bottles that I forgot to bring out, so I may as well get a little bit more gas in there to make it a bit quicker. I don't know how spawn points work. I've never used them. I don't know if cryo chambers count as a spawn point. I know that there's a block, like a thing you build called a spawn point, but I don't know if a cryo chamber counts as one. And especially with this save, if I die, I'm done. So I best not die.
Waste tank caution.
How the centrifuge is doing? Probably pretty well. Let's check the things while that's doing. So this has nothing. So no Steve yet. Oh. Oh. We haven't had an empty since the previous one. We haven't had an empty yet today. I think we're about to. I think this one will take it up to 400. If my quick maths. So we're almost in an empty. Not quite, but almost. Do I stack ores before the silo? Yes, I do, Nev. Yes, I do. There are stackers behind, so they get stacked up. Is there any way to make it go faster? Yeah, more centrifuges.
Air tank low.
The way that... Oh, that's annoying.
Temperature high.
Temperature high? Why is my temperature high?
Oxygen low.
Whoa, 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 what's going on? The heck? I still had oxygen in my tank. Why weren't you calling me? That's not cool. Weird. Yeah, I got to 51 degrees in my suit, and I've now got proper lung damage. So, with that in mind, my next job is to make a pill. Target 65. Just got to make sure I keep providing myself enough actual oxygen for my damaged lungs. Wait, was there something else I needed to make? No. It was okay. Woo! 12 moles. Oh, that's why. I was wondering why this was being so terrible.
Hunger critical.
There we go. Now we got speed. Yeah, it's very hot outside. I think it might have reached the temperature peak. Maybe now. And we'll start coming down again. Not that it ever gets cool, but less horrible. Yep, I will be making pills very shortly. I've got all the stuff I need, so that should be fine. Yeah, it's gotten close to 1100, I thought. I think I saw 1080 or something like that before. Oh, maybe it was only 350 that was in there. So it's still, the centrifuge is still going. The thing with the centrifuging of dirty ore is that it's a long time till it gets going, but once it gets going, the hope is that it produces at a rate that is higher than I consume, so I don't notice the fact that it takes an age for a centrifuge to get through its full load. That's the hope. What will actually happen? I don't know. Depends if I've actually made enough centrifuges this time. I made more than I made on my Venus save, so I think there's a decent chance that I won't need to go mining again. Now I've got 4 miners and 6 regular centrifuges. So I intend to add more centrifuges. But yeah, I've got... No, the 4 are all on. I turned them back on, Takari. Now, we have reached the pressure limit. Could the recycling and centrifuge use a vending machine to catch the recycling? I think, Mike, I might just... Like, with the recycler, I'll just have a single sorter, and that sorter will be set to pull all the ores, and it'll deliver the ores into the silos. Anything that isn't an ore will just get ejected onto the floor. I think that's the best way for me to use a recycler. Have a recycler into a centrifuge of its own. It doesn't need to be integrated fully into the other setup, because I don't really recycle all that much stuff. You know what? How's that power looking? Still not super awesome, really. That's probably enough, though. Let's go a little bit higher and then I'll take it out. Yep, that's good. There we go, 4 kilowatts from that one. 3.8 from that one. 3.7 from that one. Hopefully... Oh, there we go. That didn't take long. Now look at the batteries. I think they'll be full soon. I think they will be full. It's perfect. Cool. Then we've got these and maths 100, 250, 350. Yeah, this is the last one. When this one finishes, it'll empty out 3 of them. This one, these ones on the other hand will be, well, that's 100. That's probably at 150-ish, 200 after it's done. So these ones are halfway done almost, and these 3 are pretty much fully done. So they're conveniently offset from each other. No, you never need to touch the cylinders in the canisters in the Sterlings. They are set and done. Which is why it's... I think why they end up being risky is because they are set and done, which means if you forget to set them up for all of their potential situations, then you can end up in big trouble. Eat, eat, eat. Smackhead, I think on Mars it'd be better to run them in a pressurized room. But someone could correct me on that. But I think it needs to be a pressurized room because the atmosphere is so low pressure that you just won't be able to get enough heat transfer into them. Into the atmospheric cube. Right, so... What am I looking for? I'm looking for the... What is the thing that makes the pill? Chemistry station. Chemistry station is from electronics printer. Okay. Just need some steel, which is somewhere. And I mustn't forget to put the little bit of cobalt and the bit of silver this time. I wonder if I'll decide to try and set up a Stirling engine on Mars. If I were to play there. I'm not sure. Alright, so let's get some fun. In fact, let's make 2 pills. Make a spare. An extra spare. Wait, what? Why you not letting me put you in? Ah, because it was on. No. Over there. Okay, so split 1. Cobalt in. Split 1. Silver in. Go. Yay, I have a pill. Yummy, yummy. My lungs are fixed. Why am I splitting? I don't need to split. It automatically does it. Ugh. Forgot about that. Can I use processed silver? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. There we go. I got a spare pill on the shelf. So that prevents one of the proximate causes of death that I experienced in the previous save. So now, what next? Batteries. Look at those batteries! Oh! Glorious. That's amazing. Let's go check on my my things. Oh, and I've lost an icon on my HUD. I no longer have the my body is damaged. Let's check on the resources. Yeah. Let's fall down a hole. Oh yeah, lights. I should add lights. That's a good idea. 11 to go. Yeah, 3 centrifuges was not enough to keep up with me at all last time, but I'm thinking 6 could be. And 12 definitely will be. I am tempted to install the next row above now as well. Install the next row of centrifuges, which will annoyingly block my solar farm. So my solar farm needs to move. Oh, no, if I make the roof...
Power low.
Yeah, I don't know. It might. I might have to move this line of conveyors to go back instead of going up and over, so I can fit the other row in. Yeah, the pill in my suit is for emergencies. I like to keep it there. The one on the shelf is the one that is there in case I use the one in my suit, forget about it, and don't do things that I should do. Oh, 4 blue batteries. So much power. Orion, we've talked through about using combustion centrifuges and the extra stuff that needs to be done to set them up with getting fuel mixes and all that sort of thing is something I don't want to do right now. There's merit to it, I just don't want to do it. Five to go. The mood lighting in the underground layer is like amazing. Yeah, I really like it. I've probably got enough oxygen production now. Oh, actually, speaking of, I've left that on. Still 66%. That's okay. Got more CO2 coming in too. Taking that back up to a safe margin. Yeah, I'm quite liking playing on worlds that don't have ice. I like the fact that gases and collecting them and sorting them and cooling them and all these things matter. Here we go, we'll see if the script is working because we are here for the last bit for these 3. This one is open, which means this one can't be because this one has to finish emptying before this one starts emptying. But it'll start slowing down anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. What are my plans for water? Cool the atmosphere. Well, grab the atmosphere, mix it with some oxygen, have water. That's my plan. we go. This one's emptying out.
Waste tank caution.
We should see some uranium pop out the end here soon. There we go. Now this one's going to empty, and then this one will empty after all those. It's restarted, which means it's doing the right thing. We're hearing the silos do their work. Just waiting to see that uranium come out. There it is. Bye. Into the lava with you. Cool. That one's up and running. They're all up and running, so it's all been ejected in. Let's see how much iron I have. 14 stacks of iron. 8 stacks of copper. 8 stacks of coal. 4 of silicon. 1 gold. 4 silver. 3 nickel. 1 lead, and no Steve. Yet. Yeah, Fuge 6 has worked. Because Fuge 6 is actually Fuge 5. And it's this one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You cannot sell uranium to the traders. No. They don't want it. No one wants it. It has no point. Do I need this computer on anymore? Alright, off it goes. So what I need to do now, what I'd like to do now, is start getting this room ready for connection to the base. So that means I need more steel frames, steel sheets to finish off the floor. And then I need to make a bunch of walls, and I might make a little pathway around the side here. That's proper. So let's get some more steel frames. So, uranium off-gas is pollutant unless it's deep mined uranium, in which case it off-gases nothing and gives you nothing. So it has no purpose. So that's why I don't care about it. It's literally a glowing green rock that does nothing. Yeah. I can use it up to light up things. I don't think it emits light. I think it just is bright. It's kind of like the emissives in Space Engineers that don't actually go off light, which is one of the things I really like about SE2. Actually, on the topic of SE2, I've been debating what to do on Sunday. So my Sunday stream this week, where I normally do it with Shaq, I think he's away. I need to get confirmation from him. I think he's going to be away, so we won't be able to do it this week. And I've been debating whether to play Stationeers again, which is a high probability. I may play more Stationeers, because I enjoy it. I've been really enjoying it. Or do I start designing my first cargo ships for the Assert mod that I will eventually, inevitably make for Space Engineers 2. Because my assertive cargo ships never had to be fully functional anyway. And if I start building designs now, that years-long process of building up a retinue of ships for the mod can be started before we can even... and have a bunch of them ready to go by the time we can actually add it to the game. And because they added conveyors, there are now actual things you can connect up a bit more. And you can put at least conveyors in a bit. Or they're putting them in. I don't know whether they're in yet. I have to check. But either way. That's something I've been contemplating when I might start doing. Because I think doing some ship design stuff, even in the early state that the game is in, will not feel so empty if I've got like a thing like ACS in mind, making the mod as a goal. So it's something I'm keen to have a go at. I'd like to try it, doing it at some point. Okay, so I'm going to make some more lights. And this room is going to get the full light treatment. There are already cargo containers. There were in the original release. Much to my chagrin, yes, Space Engineers 1 blueprints do somewhat convert to Space Engineers 2. I think it was a mistake for them to do that, because it means they're forced into making equivalents for SE1 rather than just being able to do completely clean slate and start fresh and make it feel different. But yeah, it is what it is. It has been done. Means that's how it will stay. Yeah, my production room would be the thing I would move after I make a furnace room. So I may plan the furnace room around that idea. Oh. And here, don't take this the wrong way, but yuck. I do not want to put wireless batteries in for my lights. Cables look so much tidier than a little battery module thing up on the ceiling because they're so chunky. So no, I won't be doing that. And now that I've got extra space in my backpack, I really should have put my helmet in my backpack. I don't know where it's gone. And I might have to wait till daytime to find it. Which is a bit of an issue. I mean, it's a useful thing if you've got cables running everywhere and you need to avoid certain spots. Yeah, I can totally see why you'd want to maybe set up lights that way. It does make them more power hungry though. Because you're paying for the transmission as well. I'll leave that running. So, lights. I'll go... Oh, I got through the whole I've gotten through the darkest bit of the astronomical winter without needing grow lights. That's good. That's something. Now, where does the heavy cable come in here? Where is my transformer for this room? and all its cabling. Man, where is it? I don't actually know where the transformer is for this room. Huh. That's an issue. A bit of an issue. Upstairs? I'll go out and check and trace the heavy cable. Oh, I put... Ah, there. I've got a potato storage spot. Look at that. How convenient. The one upstairs is for the trade hub. Oh my, why spaghetti? Think that's the one for all of this. Okay. Alright. So, what I'm thinking is... it's probably time to dismantle this room. I don't think it has any purpose anymore. I know people wanted me to use it as a panic room, but I think I'll risk it. But what I can do is, if I knock out that wall and extend this room to go all the way back to here, and then it can join onto the battery room, which can then join onto the production room and the mining area and all that way. But I could, even before then, just close that door and just close off this corridor so that I've got a corridor around that's internal to get to the batteries. Just kind of start the process and leave the panic room just as a backup. Anyway. So how do I want to fix this? That wiring goes to the airlock, which I could set up a separate transformer for that goes up to the airlock. Then change this transformer, because that cable there just goes down to the floor. So just join it up there instead. And then put another transformer in that powers the lights, because I wanted a separate one for the lights. So I need 2 more transformers. And then I can have a light in the main bit of my base, and that'll be nice. And I can stop losing my helmet. Transform. So what I was thinking was the power that goes to this light is the power I should run across the roof to get to these lights and to this light as well. And then I'll have quite a brightly lit area, I think. So, this one goes to airlock. This one goes to lights. Oops, need those. That's more than enough. Next is this. Put that there. Nope. Go down. Also, I should turn my jetpack off. That's wasteful. Then I can remove this cable. And then we've got a light circuit. I don't know what's going... Ah, that's going all the way around to the light. Well, it'll be interesting to see if I've unplugged anything on the inside. Very interesting to find out that. There's stuff spoiling conveyors. I don't know. Because... Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. In window conveyors, I think it's almost certainly yes. But I don't know about regular conveyors. I'm very much not sure. I feel like it's going to be like an oven, and it'll be perfect storage forever and ever and ever and ever. Yeah, so this cabling here is why I prefer this over putting a battery down, because the battery, like a wireless battery, instead of having cables perfectly neatly hidden like this, feels extra messy. There we go. Now let's go inside and turn them on. I did disconnect a wire that was going in an odd direction, but I don't think it's needed. I think I've duplicated it. So yeah, it was this wire that I unhooked, which is good to have disconnected, because it's not needed. Cool, so let's turn the lights on. And turn my suit light off. Let's have a look. Oh, it's delightful. Pun not intended. I kind of want to move that light from the wall and put it up on the ceiling too. So I feel like it will be more effective. Like if I had them on this bit. So I might need to redo that cabling. But it's a big step in the right direction, because even this room's lit. Yep, I can see what I'm doing without my helmet light, which means I can take off my suit and not have to worry about it. Stairs are still dark, so it's still a trip hazard, but overall, a big improvement. Massive improvement. Right, so... I'm gonna fix the cabling, and I'm gonna put these in. Nah, the plants don't gain anything from these lights. They need grow lights. change that. Oh wait, no, that needs to go like this, which is a bit weird, but it's what it needs to do. So if I move my joining cable down to here, then I should be able to put my light there, and then we just have run this one through till it joins up. And there we go. Yes. Look at that. Now we got better lighting. It's almost clinical levels of lighting, this feels like. That's the sort of change that just makes me happy. The next thing will be to put floors down, and then the thing after that will be putting shelves in. Those will also be very useful. My phone, like my plants are still happy enough with the position of the sun. So that's great. They are getting enough light. I don't need to worry about grow lights, which is a big power consumer. It's nice to not have. Shelves, why? Well, because even I get annoyed with this eventually. It's just a lot slower than most of you guys. Some of you guys. So wait. I'm actually going to remove that light. Don't think it serves any function. And instead, I'm going to put it out here. Oh, I'm sure they're getting light deficient, but if they're not dying, I don't care. If they're still alive, I'm happy. No, I was actually thinking of putting the wall light out here.
Waste tank caution.
Because I think having this space lit up a bit will help finding my way sometimes. Yeah. It takes several game days of light deficiency before they start dying from it. At that point, it is almost too late to save them. Yeah. Probably some validity there. Oh. Yeah, that's... Wait a second. Am I at the end of the day or the start of the day? I'm at the end of the day. Did they get any light today? I take it all back. I need grow lights. Actually, I'm gonna chance it. I'm gonna chance it and see how it goes. Because I think it'll be useful knowledge for me. I would like to not have to worry about grow lights. And just have a larger farm rather than having grow lights doing stuff. I forgot to empty my waste tanks. So, let's get back to building the room. Oh, my waste tank is open. Oh, man. Let's try that again. Alright. So, my thought was I would start here with this floor. Start building at where I want to connect to. And that was a not too bad time for that to run out of power. I should just have a proper waste tank emptier, one that doesn't rely on me remembering to close the thing. That's probably what I should have. I'm thinking that's one of the things on my... It's on my list to do. When I... Like... I've been holding off on doing it straight away. Or at the moment. Because I kind of want to get this room closed off and actually built in rather than shifting to another job before this is complete. The thing that I would like to do, though, is have this room done, and then I do want to make a proper suit storage thing. And so I've been kind of delaying working on something that's an interim solution until I'm ready to deal with the entirety of that. If that makes sense. Rather than getting a partial solution and being like, oh, well, I gotta do this again in 5 minutes. Yeah, things to do number 98 of 10,000 and 72. Many, many things. It's like, what will I get the most joy out of having completed? This room is definitely high on that list. Being able to walk in here and have the ores on show like I wanted them to be, so I know exactly which one's which without having to look at the little label on the silo. That's high on my list of things I want to do and want to get done. That'll make me happy. So that's why I'm working on it. Hopefully that makes some sense. Man, this uses power quickly. Not bad though. I've not laid out this many frames in a base this early on in a very long time. What do nuke batteries need? There was something in it that's a bit more expensive. Oh yeah, astraloy. And Inconel, maybe? I can't remember if I've got Inconel. But Astraloy. Astraloy's the fancy one. Now, do I still have some steel? Somewhere. Yes. Da, 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 da. Let's get a couple more frames. Get some more steel sheets. Yeah, wireless in the arc welder is fine until you're actually using the welder and it doesn't have enough charge to actually weld much, and it's too slow to charge to allow you to continuously use it. At least that was my impression of it. So I didn't think the power delivery was quick enough for it to be continuous use anyway. A nuclear battery would definitely be worth my while if I could make them, but I can't yet, so I'm not. I'm happy with my current setup. So I don't actually weld all that often. Actually. Swap that for the better one. Yeah, I've never gotten into the wireless battery thing. Not entirely sure why. I think because nuclear batteries are just so good. Like, if nuclear batteries weren't quite as good as they are, I probably would have. But when nuclear batteries are as good as they are, it's like, well, I don't really have to think about these very often. I'm really not too worried. Alright, I need quite a few more sheets, but I'm going to... That's going to be the limit of the back wall of this. And I think I'm not going to have access from here down to the drills. I think that wall will be closed off. And the access to this room will actually be probably here. And I might move that intake chute over one block so that I can fit the door in. Or alternatively have the access here and I'll move it one that way. Let's finally do this that I should have done ages ago. And make that comfortably walkable rather than having to jump every single time. Am I sure? Because I put the common ores at the side with the drill says, yeah, that's what I was thinking at the time I put the ores there, but now that I've walked through it a few times, I'm like, actually, it feels better the other way. So I'm going to do it the other way. It'll be fine. How low is the CO2 in the coolant loop? I doubt it's that low. Oh. Oh dear. It's gone. Okay, thank you. Well observed. I will fix that now. It's gone! There's no... On the plus side, that has taken the O2 and the nitrogen out of it. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. Good thing is, it's nighttime. It's not too hot out here, so I can quickly fill it with cool, relatively cool CO2. Blam. Blam. There we go. Huh. The pollutant, liquid pollutant going down. There we are. Now we're looking good again. Phew. How's the filter doing? Pretty good. 80%. Filters seem to last a lot longer in filtration machines than they do in your suit. They probably don't, they just seem to. Yeah, that was close. That was potentially very bad. Yeah, Bottomless Missy, suit filters are always being used. However, so were my filters in my big base on Venus, and they still seemed to last a very long time. I wonder how long it would have taken me to realize that inside was hot and getting hotter, and to have then found the mistake that I had made. See you, Ron. I do wonder how long that would have taken me. Next day, yeah, I might have noticed when it hit 40 degrees in there. And I would have gone to immediately check this loop. I could probably leave this running for a little bit, but I'm afraid I'll pop things if I do. Simple pipe gauge inside. Yeah, I never use pipe gauges. They do look fun. Yeah, let's add a pipe gauge. I think I've got time to go in there. Yes, it's getting hot in here, so all the plants will die. Yes. What is the pipe gauge under? What? Is it utility? Ah. Nope. Meter? Pipe meter. Iron and copper. So if I put it on the wall here, maybe I'll notice it. We can dream, can't we? Silicon and steel, get some more pipe, connect this up. Yeah, graphs in this really, really, really need to have a modifiable timescale. It is obnoxious that they don't. There we go. It's a bit spicy out there now. Should probably turn off the filter. Alright, what temperature is this at? 247. That needs to get a lot cooler. Well, we got up to 15 megapascals, so that should give me a good buffer again. Yeah, I should probably more often than not set up systems to use those pipe meters. They're just not something that ever crosses my mind, but they look nice. It's a nice bit of manual inspection, which is cool. And like a dynamic element to the base. So I should probably use them more. Just for the fun of it. I'll just wait for this to finish and then I'll turn off the filter. Yeah, like gauges on the oxygen, gauges on the water, gauges on anything. Anywhere where I've got a pipe that I sometimes look at. It is 1,054 degrees out. Yeah, the plants are definitely not getting any light. How many days of that is that am I actually going to get?
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. You know what? I think pipe labels are probably not the way I'd go. I think I'd go with a sign that says what the thing below it is. Because pipe labels require the pipe itself to be visible, whereas I can have a gauge like this mounted on a wall with a label above it. That's probably more the angle I'd go. Yeah, I'm not getting solar power right now either. So... Is there anything in here that gives information on Vulcan? No. Just wondering how many more days I have to last. How much longer do I have to survive? Day 90. Oof. Yeah, that's a long ways off. That's a bit too far. That's probably... yeah. So... we got into this discussion last week. Is it winter while it's hotter? The answer is no. The meteorologists define winter as the cooler months of the year, so I'm currently experiencing Vulcan summer. Vulcan summer has less light than Vulcan winter. So you've got astronomical summer, astronomical winter, meteorological summer, and meteorological winter, and on Vulcan they are inverted to the usual relationship. So it's confusing. It basically means that for my purposes, it's why I've been saying astronomical summer and astronomical winter and things. So we're currently in astronomical winter. it is the period of the year where I get the least amount of daylight. The daylight is so little that the plants don't actually get any light. And I need to put grow lights in for them. And can you guys remind me in chat, it's the power or the data that is the center point? Power is center, okay. Would it look neater this way? Maybe. Wonder if I've got my script saved that I had for this. So I don't have to write another one. No, I do not. I may be lazy and go and get my script. Now I'm going to put more lights in here than are strictly required. Because I think it'll actually look neater if I do. So I'll get 2 more. Yeah, the cables are facing the edge. That edge. I get 2? Oh, I guess I only got 1. Oh, I knew what you meant. I knew you meant do it this way. I could probably make it more efficient that way as well. Because then if I did it that way, I think I'd only need to have the light there. That would get that corner, wouldn't it? What's the spread?
Hydration critical.
Three each side. 1, 2, 3. Which is what I've got. So it should work. Yeah. So I can go there. And then the next one I'm going to put here, even though it doesn't need to be. And this one here, even though it doesn't need to be. And then this one here. And that should give everyone enough light. Survive the summer. I'm still going to call it winter. And just assume that I'm talking astronomical. It's confusing. So I think about light, not heat. Well, I think about both. Sunta and Wimmer. That felt like a good idea until I realized it's actually going to be much more confusing. Because then which is which? Now I have Rimmer in my head and the Munchkin song. There. Now you can wire it up and you can just turn both the lights and the IC10 controlling it on and off really easily. I don't know if I want the lights to turn off. Or when I want the lights to turn off. Do I want the lights to turn off? I know it gets light in here during the day in the cooler months, but I'm happy enough to leave my lights running all day. But yeah, I should be fine running it on the same cable as the lights. Because they're in an isolated circuit anyway. There we go. Oh, I think I know what I want to do. I have an idea. Need a sensor. Iron and gold. Iron. That's not gold. Gold. If I get a sensor. So basically, I want these lights to turn on when there isn't enough daylight otherwise. But if there's enough daylight, I don't want them to turn on. So if I use a daylight sensor here that's set up where the plants actually are, if it's detecting light, then the lights switch off. But otherwise, they'll run on the timer circuit, which requires their own script, which I'm still puzzling through how to write. I know plants need dark. I'm aware. But I don't want to use my grow lights when I don't need to. I'm just trying to think where to put the sensor that won't get annoying. Like if I put it on the wall, it's not going to be as accurate. I guess the roof could work because it's not going to be that different. If I pop it over here. Now, we need to get one housing, no chip, because I have a chip. So let's get a housing. Find my solder. This is on its own thing. It's with the main lights, so it's fine. Oh yeah. Good call. The plants are starving. Feed them. And I will go outside again. So, my idea is I have a timer running, and that timer checks, the timer does its thing. If the timer is set to be on, oh, actually this is going to be ugly out here. I'm going to put it on the wall over here. If the timer is set to be on, it also then checks to see whether there is daylight, and if there's daylight, it doesn't turn on. basically is the idea. You think a phone died? Oh yeah, one did die. Oh, a couple have died. It's okay, we got the lights going now, so they should be coming back to life, right? I should probably harvest the seeds.
Power critical.
Do-do. One trick, no, I would not play on the beta branch of this for a series like this, because then I'd have to, like, it can break every week at the moment because of the amounts of updates they're doing. So no. No, that's, I'm aware that this series is going to have to end when the terrain updates comes, but that's enough. That's enough pressure for me. Alright, I'm going to move the potatoes to the front row. We'll go ferns back in here. Let's get the potato seeds. Have these ones out. And 5? I can't remember how many potatoes I actually need to survive on. I know it's not that many. Just 2 potatoes. Okay. So my 5 that if I plant 5 here, I'm sweet. Cool. That'll do me then. No. Wish that command stacked. The press G to put it into your backpack. I wish it's stacked with similar items. Do-do-do. Oops, wrong thing. Well, I have definitely got a solid backup seed collection now, at least. There we go. Everything is replanted. Except for that potato at the end. Cool. Yeah, plenty of ferns to make more pills, which I guess I could make the pill, but whatever. That's not really a big issue either way. Let's leave the potato up there. Chuck these on the ground. That down there, and I'll chuck the ferns up on the shelf. Get some battery. Get some oxygens. Check the water supply in the plants. Still 64 litres, we're good. Maybe turn off the lights before I forget to turn them off and kill the plants. And now we need to write a script. Which means I should take my suit off. Because I'm stinky. Alright, so things this script needs to do. We need to have a timer. And I prefer just doing this super simply. On for 15, off for 5. But for this one, I need to think about how that's going to integrate with turning it off when the daylight sensor does things. So alias, sensor, D0. Then we need define. Oops. Define grow lights. Then it'll be the hash, which I need to find for grow lights. What's that? That's right, isn't it? Oh, that's the kit. Thank you. There we go. Fine, grow lights that. So we need to load from sensor. Load into, whoops. Load into R0, sensor. What logic type is it? So, is it solar irradiance?
Caution.
Solar irradiance and activate are both non-zero when sunlight hits the sensor. Yeah, because I need it to be sunlight hits the sensor rather than using solar angle. Yeah. I did not pause my game, no, because I wanted to de-stink. So load that, and then... How did I do a timer? Did I just do it with sleep? I think I might have just done sleeps. I might need a... oh, this is going to be a lot more complicated. Is there an advantage or disadvantage to using solar irradiance or activate? Because I just kind of want a 1 or a 0 out of this. Activate gives 1, 0. Yeah, that's what I'd prefer. Because I think that'll be easier to deal with. I could use a radiance to get a specific thing, but I just want to know if sunlight hits it, it's good. So, let's think about this. I want to run a timer, and the way I've run the timer previously for grow lights was I just basically had it go start, set, grow lights on 1. Wait, why did that not like me? Oh, set batch, grow lights on 1, and then I did sleep 900, set batch, grow lights off on 0, sleep 300. Though I think I may have done, yeah, that's 15 minutes and that's 5 minutes, yeah. And then I just did jump to start. And that was it. That was my simple, we got a timer, it'll work. The problem here is that if I set that in a room with windows, when the sun actually is up, I might end up with a situation where I'm putting the grow lights on during the night phase and putting the plants in light stress because they're in constant lighting. So this alone works fine in an enclosed room that's got no outside windows, but while I've got outside windows, I need to do something more complicated than this. But that was my little solution that I had on Venus, which worked fine there because everything was enclosed. Right. So I'm going to have a bit of a think about this and see if I can come up with a better solution. Which I will do after I take a quick bio break. I will be right back. I'm going to leave everything going because it should be fine, right? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so reading you guys' comments, I think Brandano and Shadow Drake have got the way that I would like to do it most, which is check solar angle. If solar angle, check the solar angle, check solar irradiance. If solar angle is high enough that it should be daytime, and solar irradiance is not present, turn on the lights. Once the solar angle goes low enough again that it's nighttime, turn them off. That feels like a really tidy solution. What it means, though, is I think I need to make sure I've got the thing oriented correctly, so that the angles I can read are useful. So the daylight sensor. I want to get the angle. Solar angle. What is solar angle? Is it the same as vertical or is it different? Which one of these is going to be the best for me to tell whether it's daytime or not? Solar angle less than 90 means daytime. Solar angle greater than 90 means nighttime. Yeah. Okay, so 0 is noon, minus 9... Yeah, okay. So I should just be able to use solar angle in some fashion. So load R1 sensor solar angle. Then I do it now. Let's make sure these values are the right way round for this to make sense. So I need activate to be 0 and solar angle to be inside the range that I want set. Can I actually do this as... I don't think I can easily do this as an AND, isn't it? Solar angle is being deprecated. So I use vertical. Then. If I use vertical, that should work. So what are the vertical angles that it actually gets to? And how am I going to turn that into a useful on-off state? Because activate's giving me a handy 0, 1. So I can know which way around I can work with that. Vertical is not. Vertical is going to give me an angle. So I need to turn that into a 0, 1 state, and then I can do an AND. You need to do it greater than and less than off the vertical. Yeah. So it'd be set greater than. So R2 we'll use if A is greater than B. So R1 is greater than... What angles do we actually have though? That's what I don't know. Can we see that if I stare at the sensor? Will it tell me with the right chip in my thingy. Do I even have that cartridge lying around here somewhere? Can read angle right off the sensor. Cool. Alright. Let's go outside and have a look. No, I'm not getting rid of my windows. Away with you. I'm not getting rid of my windows. I like my windows. So solar angle. 103 degrees. Vertical is the same as vertical. Okay. Yeah, I should probably turn the grow lights back on again. Does look like it should be morning soon. I'll just go turn the grow lights on again just so the plants don't get too stressed because I've probably had them off for 5 minutes. Empirical testing of things. So we're almost at 90. And yeah, that looks like it. That's the start of the day. So yeah, it's probably 90 to 90. Yeah, it does look like it should work. Just fine. So let's go back to writing some stuff and we'll try and check it when it gets close to nighttime. So, what I want to get from the end will be... Let's have a look. Oh wait, no. So activate 1 would be... So I want a 0. Hang on. Let me think about this. From the end, I'll get a 0 or a 1. The 0 should be light is on, lights turn on. The 1 should be lights turn off. So I want to get a set less than initially. Hang on, brain. Catch up. Come on. Function for me, please. Figure this out. I can do this. Come on. Set less than. So if the angle is less than 90, this will give a 1, which means the light should be off. Good. If it is greater than... No. I need this greater than 90. Greater than 90 should give me a 1, which means turn it off. And I want set less than the other side of things, which I don't know what it is. Might be minus 90, but I don't know. I need to check for that. No, Dex Cisco, I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to... I want to do this the better way. That's power efficient, although I don't need the power efficiency here, because I've been saving my scripts to use elsewhere. I'm trying to make things so better, so that each series I don't have to do the same scripts and rewrite them over and over again. That's why I'm trying to iterate on them and improve them and make them more flexible and things like that. And if I made it so that it just, as soon as it detects the start of the day, it turns on and stays on for 15 minutes, that doesn't feel as flexible as something that, if I were power poor, turns off when there's enough sunlight hitting the plants. Seems like if it... Oh. The solar angle, the vertical angle is still 79 degrees. I think it's... I think I can just do 90 and that's it. Because it's going back down again. And the number is going up. And then we'll just have to make sure we keep an eye on what the angles are come summer and see if it's going to cause a problem. $1,000 degrees Celsius. How am I keeping my base cooled?
Waste tank caution.
By putting a whole lot of atmosphere, which contains pollutant, into a canister, compressing that pollutant, and then evaporating that pollutant off to cool my coolant, which then goes into an air conditioner. That's the short version. So it seems like I can just ignore checking that. And I should just be able to do... And...
Hydration critical.
R2, R0. Set batch, grow lights, on, R3. Yield, jump to start, start. Okay, let's run through this and see where my logic is flawed. So, if daylight hits the sensor, it will activate will turn to 1, which means R0 becomes 1. If R0 is 1, then this AND becomes 1, which is the opposite of what I want. I need to invert the AND. Dang it! Or invert the activate. Multiply this by -1? Oh. I need to invert the value. Andy, yelling "not" in chat means nothing to me. You need to use more words. Use more words! Brevity is not your friend when trying to explain things to me! Huh? Okay, not R3, R3. So that should work? Yeah, see, thank you. Not negates the binary. That makes more sense. That I can follow. Surprisingly. I wouldn't have expected myself to be able to follow that previously. So, let's talk through what happens if it is daytime and there is no sunlight hitting. So no sunlight hitting this, that equals 0. Vertical will be less than 90, so this will be 0. And 0, 0 means we go to 0 for R3. We invert that 0 becomes a 1, the grow lights turn on. I think this works. I think. Alright, outside I go. There we go, lights are off. That much works. This gives light for the length of the day, yes. That's what I wanted. That's all I wanted. I'm not fussed on giving maximums. I just want safe plants that get light when they need it and don't use light when they don't. Which I think I have gotten to, which I'm quite happy about. Oh man, pipe meter! Why can't you have an option to display in Celsius? It's less than 100 degrees Celsius. It's like 80 something. Yeah, Demonworks, if I want more light, I can change the angle. If I want less light, I can change the angle. Basically, it should mean that these at least get sunlight, some sunlight during the winter. I don't know whether they'll actually do anything during the summer because the daylight sensor will be activated, so they should just be off. Alright. That feels good. To have that probably sorted. Maybe sorted. Now I'm not sure what to do. I don't know what to do next. Enough light to not die. Exactly. Winter, summer, it's confusing on Vulcan. It's very confusing. Winter and summer here is very confusing. Oh, right. I need to keep building my room. Which means I need more steel. Yeah. I think I've got enough frames. I just need more steel sheets. And then I need an awful lot of walls. Yeah, Dexisco, you're absolutely right. One of the really cool things about Stationeers is that there are so many different options that all have ups and downsides to them. Some just in terms of how long it takes to set up, some actually have detrimental downsides beyond that. It's great. It means that my bodged together solutions are usually still okay. Even if they're not ideal. No, Nuki World, winter and summer is not lots of sun and heat and the other does not. Because on Vulcan, it's not that. One half of the year is lots of sun and less heat. The other half of the year is not much sun and lots of heat. It's confusing. I think I'll leave automating this until I rebuild the CO2 setup, the whole cooling setup. I think I'll leave it till then. Because I think, yeah, there's a fair bit there. Everything's weird on Vulcan. What I'm getting is, on Vulcan, the difference is more how cooked you are getting. Yeah. It's summer all year round. Oh! Huh. We could think of Vulcan more like an equatorial region that doesn't have summer and winter, but more has like wet and dry. We could just have hot and cold. It's the hot season or it's the cold season. Hot season doesn't have much sunlight. Cold season does. That's probably a better way to think about it. Is the CO2 still being ejected into the greenhouse? No, it is not. It's off. I can turn it on when I need to. But yeah, it's not being pushed in right now. Man, I love having a potato holder. So nice. I just did a thing that might be somewhat efficient. Who am I and what have I done with me? Changed my battery before I went out. No, I haven't made fries or any other foodstuffs yet on purpose, because there's an achievement for not doing so. And I figured, why not get the achievement? That was why. I haven't gotten it. I don't know if I've gotten it yet. Fine, I'll check. Steam. Have I gotten the achievement? What is... Oh, I have. I got it last week. I got it last week. Never mind. Nobody saw that. It didn't happen. Nobody saw nothing. Oh, I'm one short of what I was hoping to do. Well, guess that'll be the next hole that hangs around longer than it should. Maybe I'll now have to grow more than just 2 types of plants. I'll need to move my IC10 if I'm going to make a doorway here. But I thought I'd at least close that bit in, but I'm gonna probably close this off with a wall initially. Just gotta think about, if I'm gonna enclose that area, I want to be able to walk there. So, do I enclose under here completely as well? Battery area, or do I just build a corridor that runs around the outside here all the way around? It goes into here. How fancy am I planning on getting with heat management? Not much more fancy than this, to be honest. A larger base, this will still be able to manage, like, more of this. One thing I was considering was a recapture of the pollutant after the evaporator to increase the efficiency of, like, increase the amount of liquid pollutant available by using a counterflow heat exchanger and then pumping that pollutant gas back in on this side and just having a release valve to depressurize it when it's needed. But I'm not sure how much that will help here. I saw someone on the Stationeers Discord talking about their loop that did that on Mars, where recapture is obviously going to be much more important because you don't have as much atmosphere to draw from. And they'd gotten a pretty effective setup going. And I was like, oh, maybe that could boost this a little bit. So that was one thought I had. But I'm honestly not entirely sure. Have the grow lights turned on yet? No, the sun hasn't risen, but they should turn on soon, hopefully. Be good to see. Temperature is starting to climb, so that means daytime's coming. Fingers crossed. But yeah, my idea with the cooling is just more of the same to max it out, rather than necessarily a redesign. Come on, lights. Please turn on. They should turn on soon. It is getting... I'm gonna have to go check the angle. Because they're not on, and it looks like it's light out there. Although, it did take a little while before then. I'll give it a little bit longer before I give up on my code. Okay, they should definitely be on now. I'm going up and checking. No! Why is it not working? Yeah, it should be false on activate. Shadodrake, that's how it should be. That's right. That's correct. False on activate should be a 0. That 0 goes with the vertical, which is now a 1, which is now a 0, because set greater than, it should be a 0. So those zeros make a 0. The not makes that a 1, which then should turn the grow lights on. Yeah, activate should be false on daytime. Because activate is on when it gets light touching it, not when it's daytime. No, it's not unnecessary, Andir. It's there to turn the lights off if the sun is actually hitting my thing. No, the vertical was not too low. The vertical was not too low. It's right. I'm confident I've got this the right way round, but I wonder if this isn't behaving as I anticipate it should. Is it 2 left? Change the not output to a different register. Yeah, that might be a bad idea. Oh wait, I don't want an and. I wanted like a something different. I was thinking like add, I think. I think I wanted an add. I was thinking this the wrong way around. It was the and is the problem, not the not, I think. So basically, if either of these values... Sorry, if either of these two values, R2 and R0, are not 0, I want R3 to be 1. Is that an OR? What does OR give me? Each bit of the result is determined by evaluating the corresponding... If either bit is 1, the resulting bit is set to 1. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I want to not that. My thinking was right. My code was wrong. Do 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 do. See if this works. There we go. Light on so I can see what I'm doing, and that should have turned the lights on, and I can't tell if it has. It has not. Grrr. Why are you like this?
Power low.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm thinking the not could be a problem. Yeah, I didn't make a laptop because it had stuff in it that was expensive for me at the time, and I don't remember if it still is. I can't remember what's actually in it. Okay. What I might do is this. Flip this around to make it a bit simpler. So activate. Activate, if it's on, gives a 1, which I want to invert to become a 0. Or if it's a 0, I want to make it a 1. Then we get, which basically says, if 1, turn on. And that should work. What's SNES? Whoops, I just did a whole bunch of key presses that I didn't mean. Set not equals 0. Register equals 1 if A does not equal 0, otherwise 0. No, that doesn't help me. Register equals 1 if A equals 0, otherwise equals 0. No. I think the not should work here. Because that... the input value is just that. Then I go... so, if sun hits this, it's a 1, this turns it to a 0. If sun does not hit this, it's a 0, and this turns it to a 1. So if sun does not hit that, and then we go this, if this is less than 0, less than 90, that will be a 1, which is the same 1 that I get from there. So this will be an AND. So if R0 is 1, and R2 is 1, R3 is 1, and the lights turn on. Confirm. Export. All right. Wait, did I just... hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the way I want it. Yep. Oh, Storm! Come on, really? I think I can walk around to it at least. One of the interesting challenges that I've definitely gotten better at in the past. Oh, and just to confirm, that is set to daylight sensor. An alternative to not R0 is X or R01. Hey, my grow lights are on! Woo! But yeah, I remember... oh... I remember before the Venus run, and a couple of times playing some other games, struggling a lot with some of the advice I'd been given through chat and how to handle that and how to still play the game the way I like to play it, but while getting useful information. And that's something I've worked really hard on being better at and just generally improving at. And I think I've done pretty well. Because I think that's how Venus was so much fun, was because I got to a point where I can actually take the 12 different lines of conversation that you guys have and most of the time turn it into something that makes sense to myself. Yeah, so moving the knot fixed the issue. I just had to flip the way that the vertical was being detected, but moving the knot fixed it. Hey, I've commented some of my code. You want me to comment this? Fine. Invert value so that daylight equals 0. Daytime angle is less than 90, so during daytime R2 equals 1. Both activate and angle need to be correct for lights to turn on. There you go. Have some comments. Yeah. Walls. I'm gonna need so many walls. Yeah, I probably should save this. Library. Create new. Grow light. Timer for greenhouse. This works for greenhouses that have daylight as well. Sure. There we go. Done. Saved. I can now use it on other saves if I want to. But yeah, like this one I probably should have used some actual values for the R0 and R1 and R2, because that would have made that easier to read and then I wouldn't have needed comments probably. Where's some silicon I need to put? Need to get some plastic after this. It should provide enough light, because the plants can survive on reduced light. They don't need the full perfect 5 minutes a day. They can survive on less than that. Sorry, the perfect 15 minutes a day. Not 5. But they'll all say barely at the moment because it's nighttime. And it switches back. But hopefully on the next day it should be okay. I hope. Oh sweet, 300 grams there. Nice. Now, I should have enough coal and stuff that I can make some more steel out of the stuff in my resource room. I think. I gotta wait till this storm's over before I can do any building, so I'm gonna be jumping around and flying and stuff. So... Let's kit wall. Well, if they're light deficient, all I need to do is go, well, let's give them, change this to 85 degrees. But I can't really test that until, like, that's not something I can easily properly test without just letting this go and seeing what happens. So I'm kind of inclined just to leave it for now and muck around with it as and when is needed. I've got seeds as backup. I'm not hurting for food or oxygen, so if things don't go quite right, it'll still be okay. I'll still be able to recover from it. And it's just got to basically extend realistically, because I don't need to harvest these for... Like, I can have just a huge plot like this full of oxygen-producing plants for my oxygen generation here, unlike on Venus, where I needed to be harvesting them as well, so I had to set up the Larry and whatnot. This I can just bulk plant so much that I can produce enough oxygen that I'm not so worried about them being perfectly efficient. It's probably just as easy just to plant more and then end up with a really cool looking gigantic greenhouse full of plants. Because that's the plus side of doing it that way. More plants equals more pretty. My water was pretty good when I looked at it earlier, and the storm is done, so I'm going outside. It was like 65 litres. Yeah, 60 litres left. That's still good. I got time. And I've got a trader mod, so it's less stress finding new traders. Okay. What is the plan? Let's get... Part of me kind of wants to put windows along this corridor. And the other part of me is like, don't be an idiot. So I might do a bit of both. Be a bit of an idiot and bit of not an idiot. Ooh, window on the corner. Yeah, window on the corner. So then the corner, I can change this around to that way. It won't look weird. Okay, then maybe I want to have another airlock on this side of the base. So I have 2 airlocks. Maybe I don't worry about that just yet. I just put windows down. Might just block that off there for now rather than going out the extra row. Just to make for a slightly reduced requirement of materials. Then wall. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Wall. Window. Wall. Window. I know this is probably going to feel really random by the time it's all been placed out. But that could be fun. It'll feel different then. Now this is when I find out the truly ridiculous quantities of walls I'm actually going to need to build to enclose this space. How am I accessing the stairs? Later. Later is how I'm accessing them. Not now. Not from inside yet. This is going to be a large area to have to pressurize, so I'm going to need a lot of gas. So I'm trying to hold myself back a little bit from needing to do the drill area as well. Well, that worked out nicely. It's just far enough. Yep, quite a bit of gas. I'll put some doorways in to make sure that it's not one room. Does anyone know the interior doors? Did they divide a room into multiple rooms? The internal doors. Yeah, I want something that divides a room that isn't airtight. That's exactly the desired outcome. I should really make that just go straight across there now. Can be done later. So... let's have a nice little window down the middle. Yeah. Nah, I won't need too much steel. I mean, I've used up most of the steel that I need to for it. We got 22 iron in there. Have these guys emptied yet? I think they have. So if I turn you on, no, open you up, I can then go and we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close it. 1, 2, 3. So that'll make a 600 gram bit of steel. Once I get out the coal as well. Actually, which I do have enough room for. So let's do that too. So coal is this one.
Power critical.
Uh-oh. There we go. Got enough coal for it too. And this is what I've been looking forward to. This level of, oh, I'll just take some resources, it'll be fine. Because now we can build silly. All the time. Probably change my battery while I'm standing there doing that. So all it takes is actually just smelting the stuff. Oh, this makes me happy. I probably don't need to carry a mining belt all that often now. Only if I'm digging stuff for the actual base. Yeah, the deep ores being already degassed and not losing the temperature in the furnace is really quite a nice thing. But this furnace is so poorly insulated it loses heaps during the night anyway. There we go. Grow lights are on. I should open this up. And close it. And on. And last bit of iron. There we go. And 600 steel. Just like that. Ah, beautiful. Now I need more walls. A lot more walls for the roof. And then I need a powered vent. And then I need to probably try and pressurize that space and cool it. When I've got that much extra space, I think I'm going to need more than one air conditioner for my base. But maybe not. The air conditioner is managing pretty well. What temperature is this at? 344 Kelvin. Yeah. Managing quite well. That's only 71 degrees. I might be just fine. Oh, it's so good. So happy with this base overall. So good. Yeah, this room in here is the only one generating heat, and there'll be more with the other windows, I'm sure, but I don't think I'm gonna make that much heat. No, I'm not going to put stackers on the printers while they're in this room. This room's too small to fit stackers on these in a way that I would be happy with. So no. No stackers. When I decide where I'm going to put the proper production room, yeah, that'll have stackers. That will. Do I have any glass lying around? I don't think I do. I'm going to have to print off some of that too. Which means I may as well throw this in, I suppose. Alright, I'm going to leave that printing for a bit while I go out and actually place these, because I reckon I don't need too many more.
Hunger caution.
Okay. I don't know what to do about the roof out here, and I don't know whether I want this to be 2 blocks high or 1 block high at this stage. But I'm thinking it's reasonably likely that this will become my furnace room in here. And then production would go over here. I think that's the most likely outcome. Oh, things are getting emptied.
Tank caution.
Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, that's probably not much more than 30 more needed for this. Then I can get lights out here too. That'll be delightful. Maybe I can paint some things some colors. Maybe I can put something on the floor. That'd be nice. Have a floor. I'm so lazy. I so rarely do floors. Actually, Smakehead, if it is covered, you do still apparently need to alter the atmosphere inside enough that it doesn't count as outside during a storm. If you don't alter the atmosphere inside the room, things can still take storm damage, apparently. So you sort of need to make something a vacuum. Or something similar. It's what we had quite a bit of a chat about when I was setting up the greenhouse and why, not the greenhouse, the solar room up there. It's why it's vacuum, so that it is definitely a different atmosphere to the outside. Yeah, that bot's been sitting there for quite some time now. I've changed them over a couple of times, but that particular one has been stuck for most of, well, all of this stream and a good chunk of the last one too. Wall in there, let's get that out. How many windows did I actually put down? I do not recall. Yeah, with all my power draw, I'm sorted.
Hydration critical.
The getting those extra sterlings up, I'm so glad I did that. It means I can build silly things now. And I know, everyone was saying that I didn't need to worry about power because for the grow lights. I just wanted to do that. It became a point of, I want to do this. And if I get to a point where I decide I want to do something that's a script-based thing, I just let myself run with it. Because if I don't, I will never learn. And I need to learn. Just had a terrifying thought. In 2016, January 2016, Capac and I released our first ever YouTube video. We did that because we wanted to tell a story and neither of us were ever capable of writing anything code-wise that would resemble a game. So we were like, actually, we can tell a visual story. Let's do that instead. It's almost 10 years on from that, and I think that statement's still true, but it's less true than it was. Like, I do feel like maybe I could do something basic. Doubtful. But maybe I'd be capable of learning it, whereas back then I'd no, definitely not capable of learning it. Because of the tools at hand. That's what I mean. The materials. So I'm wondering if... So my head immediately went to, I wonder where things will be 10 years from now. And then I went, no. That's a lot of time ahead to think. Toby will be in high school? Or just about to be? No. No. That would be bad. Let's not think that far ahead. Alright, that'll do. Let's go outside and see how much more I actually need. Well, Mike, mean for you to have brought up Light Echoes the week that I restarted Survival Impossible. Would have thought I'd at least get some credit for that before people started bringing up the other thing. Maybe Capac and I can come up with a special one-off thing that's for the 10-year anniversary of the first episode of Light Echoes, our first ever YouTube video. Who knows? It might happen.
Hunger critical.
It wouldn't be the strangest. I'll be honest, I don't remember the 80s. I have only a very select few memories from before 1990. I'm gonna need heaps more plastic. Alright, so let's get the walls down along here. And place them from the ground though, I think. So I can save my jetpack. One of the things I like about putting walls here and knowing that I can just shove ones on the outside to keep things airtight so that I can change what these are. So some of you are probably looking at these going, why didn't you use this other type of wall? I probably will later. It just seemed to make sense to get this place enclosed to use one type of wall first and then change them up later when I'm ready to. And I have a clearer idea of what I actually want to do with it. Alright, that's the glass in there. I'll place a few of these windows in, but I'm going to leave one empty so that I've got a way out. Oh, this is gonna feel cool having this little corridor in here. Hey, it's Gamer. My day's pretty good. I haven't killed myself. I've written a script using I've learned one new tiny scripting technique, and I've also broken things using one. But my auto mining is working. It is finally working, and I am getting truckloads of resources, which is very, very nice. Also, food. Give me food. Wonder how much heat the centrifuges and miners put out? Well, miners a lot. Centrifuges, not so much. I believe the heat is is the same as the power usage, isn't it? Like 100 watts gives out 100 joules or something. I feel like I've read that somewhere. Okay, so I need more plastic. Because I've got enough glass to finish everything off. What? Okay, outside of a gaming context, yeah, Days Being Good, I haven't killed myself does sound really dark and really wrong, but inside a gaming context, where, you know, respawn, yeah, very different. I didn't think that through when I said that out loud. How much plastic am I going to need for all of that? So much. Yeah, I'll check on the panic room. It may actually be set up in a way that it could be used to very slowly evacuate that area, but I need to set up a full gas system to pressurize it too. So maybe I could think about how I'm going to do that as well. But I think it has reached that time of day where I unfortunately need to wrap this up. As I mentioned earlier, assuming the Sunday stream will either be Battle Group Survival with Shaq, where we're building our mining bases out, because now we've actually got access to uranium. Hopefully we'll be able to put a reactor on our ship and build them up more quickly. Or it'll be more Stationeers in this save, continuing on to see how far we can get. Or, actually no, it'll be one of those two. I think I'll leave the SE2 thing for another day. I think I'd like to... It'll be one of those two. So keep an eye on Twitch on that day, because I'll let you know probably on that day. Yeah. And the timings as per Twitch should be accurate. So otherwise, I will be back on Monday as usual over on YouTube with some more Wrong Way Out, and then more Survival Impossible back next week. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Have a good one, everyone.